Good morning, councillors. Please take your seats and make sure your mobile devices are switched to silent. I declare the ordinary meeting of Kempsey Shire Council for the 19th of May 2026 open. Welcome to all. Council meetings are open to the public and live streamed so that our community can observe council in its decision-making process. I remind everyone that this meeting is live streamed, and by being present in the chambers, your image and voice may be recorded and broadcast publicly. Recordings will remain available on Council's website for at least 12 months. Any other form of recording requires prior permission. In the chambers today, we have Councillor Arthur Bain.
Yeah, why?
Councillor Ben Pakes.
Morning all.
Councillor Adam Matchett.
Good morning.
Deputy Mayor Annette Lawrence.
Morning all.
Councillor Noel Selby.
Morning all.
Councillor Dean Saul.
Good morning.
Councillor Alexandra Wyatt.
Hello.
Councillor Julie Coburn.
Good morning.
And staff attending today are Mr. Andrew Medal, our Chief Executive Officer.
Good morning all.
Mr. Daniel Thorogood, Director Corporate and Commercial.
Good morning everybody.
Mr. Wesley Trotter, Director of Utilities.
Good morning.
Mr. Philip Hood, Director Operations and Planning.
Good morning everyone.
Ms. Vicky Thomas, Group Manager, Governance and Information Services.
Good morning.
And Mrs. Talia Webster, Governance Advisor.
Morning everyone.
Welcome councillors, the Chief Executive, council staff, members of the public in the gallery and those watching along via our live stream. Thank you all for being part of today's meeting and for your continued interest in the work of council. We now have our opening prayer, which will be read by Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When we make our deliberations today, may we have the courage to change the things that we can, the serenity to accept the things that we can't change, and the wisdom to know the difference. Maringbu.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. We now move to the acknowledgement of country. Councillor Matchett.
Kempsey Shire Council acknowledges the land of the Dunghutti Nations. We pay respect to the elders past and present. We acknowledge the role of emerging leaders to continue to guide us into the future. We acknowledge stolen generations and the need to change practices and be inclusive. This land always was and always will be Dunghutti land.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. We now move to the acknowledgement of servicemen, women and their families. Councillor Pakes.
Council acknowledges the sacrifice made by Australian servicemen and women, and particularly their families, those who gave their life in the defence of the freedom we enjoy today.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. We now move to apologies and attendance. We have no applications for leave, so I'll now just say a few words before we begin today. And I just want to acknowledge that May is Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Month. Domestic and family violence impacts people in every community, including our own. And behind every statistic is a person, a family, a child, or someone trying to rebuild their life and feel safe again. As a council, we may not be the lead agency in responding to domestic violence, but we do have a role in building a community culture that says violence is never acceptable, that supports people and makes them know that all deserve to feel safe in their homes and relationships. As councillors, we have an even more important role to play in setting community. People look to community leaders not just for decisions, but for leadership, respect, and integrity. The way we speak to one another, conduct ourselves, and respond to difficult conversations matters. Leadership should be held to a high standard, grounded in respect, accountability, and compassion, and that standard matters both inside this chamber and out in the broader community. Just a week or so ago, we were in this room discussing community safety with our local police. One important reflection from this meeting is that we can't police our way out of any issue or any of our issues. That if we want to solve a problem as a community, we need to own the problem. So I ask all councillors and that all present in this room to help be the solution for our community. That we aren't just advocates in this space during this month or on a particular day, but we're advocates every single day. To have the courage, willingness and integrity to be the leaders in our community that they need and deserve. That we won't walk by, won't listen to, won't take part in or accept any behaviour that harms others. That we stand with survivors, with our frontline workers, support services, police, advocates, and community organisations who work every single day supporting people through incredibly difficult circumstances. Their work often happens quietly, but it changes lives. And this month is also a reminder of resilience in our community more broadly. At this time last year, many parts of our shire were again facing impacts of flooding and severe weather. For many people, anniversaries of disasters can bring back difficult memories, stress, and uncertainty. And I know personally for me, it being May and it raining so heavily last night, I could remember lying in my own bed at this time last year, knowing that I couldn't stop a flood from coming to inundate our CBD, and that when we woke up in the morning, all of us were going to have to band together and we were going to have to recover. And I reflected last week that if you look through photos on my own phone from that period, where you could take so many shocking photos of streets with people's possessions waterlogged and destroyed, I chose not to. Instead, when I look back, I have photos with volunteers, families, emergency services, and people who had been impacted by those floods, which very appropriately reflects that only good comes from these events, and that our community coming together. So I want to acknowledge the strength of our communities, emergency services, volunteers, Kempsey Shire Council staff, and residents who support in conversations around the future of our region, from housing and infrastructure advocacy across the Mid-North Coast to financial sustainability discussion affecting councils across New South Wales, local projects and community events that continue to bring people together. While there are challenges ahead, there is also a lot of good things happening, and you only have to look around when you drive through Kempsey and through our villages. Strong collaboration is happening across our region, and there are people who care deeply about the future of our shire. And I also want to thank our staff for their ongoing work behind the scenes, and to my fellow councillors for their time and energy they put into representing our community. Thank you. I'll now move to item 5, which is confirmation of minutes held on the ordinary meeting on the 21st of April 2026. Do I have a mover? Councillor Matchett, seconded. Councillor Selby. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I now move to item 6, which is disclosures of interest, and I'll call for conflicts. I might start with myself, who has a conflict in item 11.5, which is non-significant, non-pecuniary, and that is because I am a user of the Optus services and I will stay in the room. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I have the same interest as your good self. I also use the Optus network for my data and my telephone, and I'm remaining in the room as well. So I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yes, I also have the same conflict of interest because I'm a service provider of Optus, and I'll stay in the room, and it's non-pecuniary, non-significant. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, 12.3. I have installed perhaps some of the microplastics gross pollutant traps in the past, and yeah, I'm remaining in the room. It was in the early 2000s, many moons ago, but yeah.
Non-pecuniary, non-significant, Councillor.
That's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Coburn.
Similar, I am an Optus customer, so it's a non-significant, non-pecuniary, and I will stay in the room.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
So I'm not an Optus user. I just want to I have made a general blanket disclosure because I am employed by the New South Wales state government, and should any conversation come up referring to that, my disclosure has been made. But I do want to make a disclosure about the same matter for 12.3, the microplastics one. So it's come to my attention that I should have made a conflict of interest when I submitted it. I do work for the Department of Climate Change, Energy the climate change, the environment, energy, and water. There are 9 groups within that organisation, the EPA being one. I'm not employed with the EPA, nor have I ever been. I don't have access to any information from the EPA. It's like another department. It could be health. How will I manage that? And as when I made that declaration, there is quite a detailed process that we're required to do as public servants. There's 4 documents that we have to submit and get approval every year. So I actually have to get approval to be a councillor every year from the department, plus write 2 forms of management plans of how I manage that as a conflict of interest and as secondary employment, even though it's not employment. So just regarding the 12.3, I will remain in the room.
You haven't disclosed if it's
No,
pecuniary.
yes, sorry.
Yeah.
No, non-pecuniary, non-significant.
Non-pecuniary, non-significant. Are there any other disclosures of interest, councillors?
I have a question. It's either conflict, maybe a procedural matter. It's either conflict, or I could ask it in the items passed by exception around why do we not have a conflict? Why do I have a conflict of interest about my employer when I don't have a conflict of interest about approving a pay rise? So around those fees. So should I ask it now, or can I? Because I'm not sure about the conflict of interest.
I'm happy to just deal with it now. Mr.
To ask that
Thorogood.
question of why do we not have a conflict of interest for approving our own pay increase?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, I guess the crux of it is that you don't have an interest because clause 4.6 of the Code of Conduct explicitly states that you do not have a conflict of interest in relation to the payment of fees to councillors. So it is carved out by the Office of Local Government. That's also reflected in the Local Government Act, where sections 248 and 249 require councillors to set those fees for councillors and the mayor. And therefore it is the legislative intent of the parliament that obviously does not present a conflict of interest. The reason why it doesn't present a conflict of interest really relates to 2 things. You have an upper bound and a lower bound that is set by the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal. And to be fair, the gap between those is fairly marginal. There is not a material difference between the lower end of the fee and the upper end of the fee. Secondly, any conflict that you hold, you share with 9 other people. So it is not an interest which is unique to you when you are setting those fees. You are not in a class of your own. But yeah, ultimately it comes down to clause 4.6 of the Code of Conduct explicitly states it is not a conflict of interest.
So I did put in a conflict of interest. Should I then withdraw that? Because I'm reconciling in my head why is one around money not a conflict of interest? So I did put in a preemptive
I'll just
one.
clarify with you.
Remove it?
Yeah, I'll just clarify with you, Councillor Wyatt. When you declare conflicts, there's 2 ways that you do that. So you have conflicts on items in the agenda that you have to have on public record. So if you have a conflict, you need to say it in this meeting for the public record. If you submit it via the portal, that's not the same thing, and you might have conflicts for other business that come to council. Like, we had a meeting with the chamber last night. You might have a conflict there. You can declare that. You don't have to declare it in the meeting, but you do have to make sure for items on the agenda, that you declare it both via the portal and in the meeting, so we can have it minuted.
Thank you. Copy that. I have done both. Yeah.
Councillor Coburn.
I just have one question around that. Because it's in the items passed by exception, intuitively, does that mean if it stays in as approval via exception, does that mean that it intuitively means we're all voting no? Can I just get a clarification around that?
Item
please?
passed by exception means that all those items are passed with consensus, which means we don't have any discussion and no one wants to vote against them. Councillors, we're just having a few technical difficulties with our live stream, so we're just going to take a little bit of a pause there.
just so members are aware, the camera is still recording. It's the live streaming element that is not fully functional at the moment. The time doesn't appear to be correct on the camera.
Yes, Councillor Selby.
I've just realised too I should be declaring one non-pecuniary interest in 11.4, the mapping amendment, as I live basically there. They're my neighbours. So
Non-pecuniary, non-significant.
Yes.
Councillor Selby.
yes,
Yep. And you'll stay in the chamber.
I will.
Thank you. All right. If there are no further conflicts, councillors.
Sorry to be pedantic. Sorry to be pedantic. Prior to getting the advice from not councillor, Mr. Thorogood, I declared conflict of interest around 11.7 formally. I would just withdraw that conflict of interest based on the advice that I've received from council.
That's okay. Can we please have that noted in the minutes?
Do I need to actually?
We'll have that taken out of the minutes.
Yeah.
I don't think you actually declared it at the start of this meeting, so that's fine. Yeah, they're not valid unless you do both. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's all right. We'll just wait for Councillor Matchett to sit down, and then we will move to item 7. Which item 7 is just affixing our order of business. So this isn't taking things out of the agenda. It's just, are we happy to discuss things in the order that they're in at the moment? All right. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Bain, seconded. Councillor Saul. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. All right. We now move to items passed by exception. And as we'll notice, all the items are in the block at the moment. That are reports of council. So at the moment, 9.1, I believe Councillor Coburn wanted to withdraw 11.1, and then all of our notices of motion are out as well. And the unsolicited proposal is also in the block as well. So is there any other items that councillors would like to pull out? Councillor Wyatt? Or do you have any questions on them first as well?
I do have both, but I will specifically withdraw. Sorry, I do have both, but I specifically withdraw 13.1, 11.2, 11.3, and 11.11.
Yep. So we've withdrawn corporate performance report, loan borrowings, community grants, and development activity and LEP variations, and 13.1, which is the unsolicited proposal. Thank you. Councillor Selby.
Yeah, I'd like to pull out 11.4. I'd just like clarification on it, because it's been 8 years since those houses were built there that are incorporated in this.
Yeah,
so.
if you just have a question, we can take that question now and then we might not have to pull it out. Would you like to ask your question on it?
Yeah, sure. I'd just like clarification on it because the RU2 has been enforced there on those buildings for the last 8 years they've been there and nothing's happened. What's caused this? And they've asked me to ask that question. So,
Mr. Medal.
Thank you. Yeah, so my understanding is the development was a state significant development and the overall initiator was handled by the state government.
but why wouldn't have we picked it up, council? Why wouldn't council have picked that up?
So part of the process is that the boundaries between zones are then adjusted, and that didn't happen. So you'll be aware under the new process that's recently come in, the state government have made that overt, that in parallel processes the rezoning and the DAs are handled. They didn't follow up after the initial approval for the housing. So that's something that's just fallen through the cracks. So council's now sorting out this administrative error on behalf of them.
So it wasn't a council problem.
Are you happy, satisfied that we can leave that one out of the block, leave that one in the block, pass by exception? Councillor Coburn.
Are we taking questions on that, or are we going to start at the top and go through the list? Because I have a question around that particular item as well. Okay, thank you. Could approving this amendment create a precedent for similar requests elsewhere?
One of the basic premises of development approvals and planning is that each case is considered de novo, so it's considered on its own merits as its own standalone item. Sometimes case law will affect that, but generally, if something happens in this location and something happened on the other side of Southwest Rocks, the two wouldn't have a link and precedent would not be set.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, I'm just going to questions, if that's all right. I've got some questions on the buffer zone 11.10. I'll start there, if that's all right. So the 400-metre buffer zone that's identified in the diagrams of the policy, if there's land use in those areas, which like there's a nursing home, the school close to the West Kempsey sewer treatment plant, how is development going forward viewed in those locations? Is the current land use going to have reasonable development options, or is that going to be a restrictive policy document?
Mr. Hood.
Yeah, I guess it will be considered for future development. So if anything is already existing there that might be in conflict, that's not going to set a precedent. So anything that is put forward now will be assessed based on that buffer zone and the impacts of that buffer zone. The details of those impacts I'd probably have to take on notice, go in a bit more detail, but yeah, it will be considered.
And I'll highlight the Southwest Rocks one as well. It's got part of a fresh subdivision with undeveloped housing blocks in it. Yeah, probably a specific question on those ones. Are they still going to be able to build the houses similar to the ones that are already built in that location?
I guess the other clarification there is the buffer zone, I guess, is informing our development controls and our assessment. So if it's a state significant application, that in some respects overrules, so it won't impact that if it's a state significant development.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good response. I'd also like to ask about a question on the grants, the community grants. Now, I had contact asking questions about community grants. Can there be some clarification on a grant application for private land? So if you apply for one of these community grants and you're on private land, is that eligible for a grant like this?
Mr. Thorogood.
So point of what has been taken out?
Oh, yeah, that's been taken out, so we'll deal with that one later.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies. I
Thank you, Councillor White.
Yeah, yep. Thank you. 11.5, the North Street telecommunication facility, just confirming that's on council land.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is on council-owned land.
And is there any remuneration associated to the construction of that towards council's financial position?
Yeah, so that will be run through a standard telecommunications lease through our property team.
And then that doesn't form any part of this DA, does it?
No. No.
Is that likely to be a confidential agreement, being a commercial agreement, or will that be made public?
They're usually a confidential agreement, yeah. Yep.
I'll just add to that, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. The rates for telecommunication facilities are regulated. They're not negotiated, so they are set. I believe it's IPART who currently set the rates for telecommunication facilities, so we get a regulated rate that is public.
Oh, and I've got to apologise. That's actually taken out there too.
No, that's the
Oh, sorry,
in the
that's the
block.
block.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, I'm
no,
looking up
that's
there.
okay. That's
I'm
okay. So
looking out
yeah,
there.
these are the ones you ask questions on. That's okay, Councillor Pakes.
I and the OP's out. Update on the OP. No, I think that's all for.
All right.
I'll
thank
go
you.
one. I've got one more actually. 11.7. In the reporting of that document, it's got the mayor's and councillor fees all in one batch. Now, to me, I see that as being the mayor is one role and then the councillor is another role. And I would like the way that's reported to be a separate item, particularly in that front page, because most people don't go and look at the detailed report which is given. Most community members don't see that, so I would like to see that. Is that a possibility in the future?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll take that one on notice. It is itemised in the actual resolution that's taken, and I believe it is itemised in a body of the report, just in a different table. So it is already in there, called out separately. But yeah, happy to take that on notice next time it comes up.
Yeah, I suppose what I'm saying is that that's standardised report, as in you've put it one way here and another way there. So I think they should be both separate. In my opinion, they should be separate roles. Yeah.
Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, my question is on again on 11.4 with the mapping amendment. Now, my understanding it's to correct anomalies in the Kempsey Local Environment Plan because of a state government major project approval that the minister was meant to make a delegation on and didn't. So it's up to us to make that decision. Is this an example of state cost shifting towards local government and managing compliance that they're not doing?
Mr. Medal.
Technically, yes. I think it's an example, and that's why they've recently changed this to make sure it's a process over which they have control and over which they're taking responsibility. So I'm hoping that we won't see any more of them.
Councillor Paix.
Yeah, one more on the unsolicited proposals policy. Has there been a policy like this previously that's council's produced? Given this wouldn't be the first unsolicited policy.
Mr. Thorogood.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes. So council has always followed the state government guidance in evaluating unsolicited proposals. That guidance has been in place for a number of years now, close to a decade. So we have always followed essentially the process which is outlined in that document. This is just formalising it and having an actual position on it that is council's adopted position, rather than that being an informal position that we follow the state government policy.
And does the policy provide protection for councillors, or does it make the council more responsible, the councillors more responsible for decisions of unsolicited? So if, say, they become unsuccessful in time going forward, that the councillors would be the responsible ones, regardless of, say an unsolicited situation came previous to our council term, and there'd been work done beforehand. Does it strengthen that, or I'm cautious that we've seen some unsolicited situations that have come over several council terms, and it would be difficult to be responsible for starting a ball rolling previously and then having the final decision, yet so much of it. How does this document address that?
Mr. Thorogood.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd start by saying councillors can really only be held responsible for the decisions that they make in this chamber. But I'd probably ask you to clarify what you mean by responsible. Is there a particular type of liability you are concerned about?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so an unsolicited situation that becomes to a point that it doesn't become financially viable in the time going forward, that the council at that time made that decision to take it, yet the environment changes to make it
I think the intent of this policy is to provide you with more surety in that situation. This is a public policy rather than just us having informal practice. So that provides certainty not just to councillors, but also to the proponent of unsolicited proposals. So they know what they're getting in for. They know there's no guarantee that council is going to enter into some form of agreement with them at the end of a process. So this shows that it's a clearly staged process and what the flow of communication will be. There is no guarantee that having entered into a process that a proponent will get the outcome they seek. And that's codified this time rather than just being informal. So I think it provides an additional layer of protection for councillors rather than anything else.
And through you, Madam Mayor, I might just add to that, the policy also stipulates that or makes it clear to those proponents that any unsolicited proposal that involves any form of risk and benefit sharing between government and private sector interests has to be weighted in the public interest. So they're clearly on notice of that up front, that the policy position requires that the public interest is the number one consideration in council entering into consideration of an unsolicited proposal.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on the items or anything else to be withdrawn? Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, I have questions, and I apologise, but I thought someone else had pulled out 11.9. So I just wanted to, I've got some questions around that, the actual policy amendments, but so that, and I have questions. So 9 out, please. 11.9 out, please. And questions, please.
So do you want to speak against it, or you just have questions? If you just have questions, just ask them now.
There's a few. Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
There's just no point in pulling stuff out to debate them
Sure.
if it's just questions.
Okay, sure. I'll start with 11.4 as well. Is that property also, or that property also included a biodiversity offset? Are biodiversity offsets mapped in an LEP? In an LEP?
Yeah, the C2 is mapped. I think it might be inconsistently applied, but to get more detail on that, I think I probably have to take that on notice. But yeah, the C2 is, but I think there might be not. Yeah, I'd have to get the details on notice. Sorry, Councillor White.
Yeah, I copy that. I do remember that was actually rezoned. Okay, yes, if I am correct, could you get some information on that? As are biodiversity offsets mapped in an LEP, please? And I've got some questions on 11.6, the Ingenia shed. So from what I could see in the document, it looks like an addition, and looks like an addition to a shed and includes a removal of minor infrastructure and gardens. Is that the site? Is that like the site owner of that particular caravan site or mobile home site, or is it so it's their exclusive use, or is it the operator of the park putting in that DA?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the applicant for that DA is Ingenia, which is the site operator.
Okay. Second lot of questions are around stormwater, and given that I've got a notice of motion about 12.3 later about stormwater, I would like to encourage that extra attention be applied to the management of stormwater. So in the consent, there's a whole set of, it looks like to me, standard conditions, which are fine, and includes plumbing, erosion, sediment control, and waste. How are those conditions enforced?
I guess that's a question that has a pretty complicated answer, I guess, because it's through various different means. No one can hear me apparently. Okay. It wasn't by design. Yeah, that's a simple question that has a somewhat complicated answer, because through various different methods would be the short answer. The longer answer, did you want to break that?
I'm happy for you to provide an answer in writing later when it's more time, because it's actually not critical to approving or not.
I think that may be easier.
It's just around is. And then the third one is what are the water management requirements? So I'm happy for those to be answered offline. And as I said, it's not urgent to approve or not.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can probably assist there. For the vast majority of development applications, they're going to be followed by a construction certificate. Whilst the DA is going to set broad parameters that certain things must be considered, when the application for the construction certificate comes in, it needs to comply with the engineering standards under the legislation and under our action. So if it's not constructed to start with, we won't issue an OC. If we issue an OC and somebody removes it later and we receive a complaint, we will make orders or go through a compliance process to make that be restored. I've spoken to construction certificates and occupation certificates there. The process is very similar around civil works for subdivisions with subdivision certificates and subdivision work certificates. And that's generally how 95% of the compliance in that space is ensured.
So just a little follow up. So construction certificate, occupation certificate is a construction prior and an occupation post. So I'm looking at like right through that workflow process. All right. Okay.
Any other questions on any other items or?
The statement 11.12 statement of cash and investments. These came from a Facebook comment post to me that I said that I would follow up. So it's why not, so see the investment, why not draw down some of the invested money and get the debt down, because this will relieve the need to charge above what IPART says or for a while. Why do we need $173 million in investments? Draw down even 50 million and the books don't look so bad. So we can fix it now instead of, so we can fix it now. So the question is, why can we not, it's 173 million, looks fantastic. Why can't it be drawn down now?
Mr. Thorogood.
Through you, Madam, where don't appreciate your passing on a comment from Facebook. As councillors would be aware, the vast majority of the money which is invested is externally restricted funds. So they are grant funds that we are holding, but we have not yet completed the work and cannot apply those funds. They are developer contributions, which are a holding that can only be spent on things which are in the developer contribution plan. They are things like the environmental levy, Crown land reserves, and so on. So the vast majority of the cash and investments that council holds are restricted externally, and therefore we can't spend those monies for other than the reasons for which they are held, and that is clarified particularly in this meeting in the loan borrowings report, which outlines the necessity this year for us to borrow money to ensure that we have sufficient unrestricted cash come 30th of June.
Thank you for that. That's good. And then a second question that I got from Facebook as well is, and it's part of the same, is does the money invested, that 173 million, include a bio offset, specifically the $40,000 that was meant for Boyders Lane bird hide? And if not, where, and if it doesn't include that, where is that money accounted and acquitted, even if it is,
Mr. Thorogood.
I'm not sure,
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, from my recollection, the Boyders Lane works were being funded from the environmental levy, so that money is restricted, but it's not restricted to only that purpose. The environmental levy can be expended on any purpose that meets the criteria for the application was made for. So yes, we do hold money restricted for environmental levy purposes, including that money, but it is not restricted to just that purpose.
So I was not aware. So whatever that bio offset is, so someone somewhere along the line has made a bio offset, a contribution of $40,000 for Boyders Lane. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd need to take that one on notice. Sorry, biodiversity offset funds are not paid to council. They're paid into a state fund. We don't hold them. But you spoke to the bird hide. That wasn't, as far as I'm aware, being funded from that program. That was being funded from environmental levy.
Okay, I will put it through because it's been many times. Thank you. And just one more question around the 13 and 14, the two calendars, which is fantastic to see those calendars there. And the intent of sharing it is brilliant. And I was wondering if you might consider adding a bit more detail in the future, is where it's appropriate, just providing some more detail of what those meetings were, any outcomes, any benefits along those lines. So that's for both the mayoral calendar and the CEO calendar. I guess it's a rhetorical question, but whether you would consider adding a bit more detail on what the outcomes, what the community benefits for some of those meetings were appropriate.
Thank you. I saw some other lights on. Councillor Bain.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. My question is regarding 11.9, and I note that there's an encouragement in there for voluntary working with children checks. My question would be, in terms of a councillor who may or may not be attending school events or youth laneway festivals, I understand that there's no requirement for councillors to have a working with children check, but if a councillor chose to, would it be considered as voluntary, or would it be considered as a part of a paid role, because we receive remuneration, but it's not officially employment? So would it be voluntary or considered work related?
Mr.
First.
Tozer.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would consider it to be voluntarily where your employer does not require you to obtain one and you're obtaining one voluntarily. I would consider it voluntary. But what I'd say there is it's up to Service New South Wales how they choose to apply the fee. I don't get to choose whether they consider it voluntary or a workplace one.
Thank you. And so my question then would be, if a councillor needed to pay the $107 to get their working with children check done, that could be considered a tax deductible expense for the councillor?
You'd need to seek tax advice. I'm not a financial advisor or an accountant, but
Okay.
I don't disagree with your reasoning.
As opposed to asking for recompense from council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Lawrence.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just have a procedural question around 11 point. Which number is it there? I'm trying to see with my horrible eyes. The councillor fees, which one's that?
11.7.
11.7, yeah. Do we have to pull that out to approve that, or because I don't know, I'm just trying to look at what the actual recommendation is on the report.
No, it can go through in the block.
Okay, awesome. And I just have questions to, where is it? I'm just going to grab my notes, sorry. So the Optus, which one's that one? 11.5. Yeah, I just have some questions around 11.5. I noted some errors in 5.
Oh, okay.
So around the North Street. Yeah, so I just wanted to note that there's errors in that report. And also I had some questions just around, it mentions in there around the agricultural use and stuff. And I do know that the St. Paul's School uses the block next door for their agricultural, yeah, there's land there, I believe, that they use next door to that. Is there anyone that can talk a bit more to that? And will that affect the school? And how, like, I'm just curious in terms of the signal, because I know the EME signal and stuff, is that going to, like, I know there would probably be a certain, does anyone have?
Not a, thank you, Councillor. I'm not through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not an expert on telecommunications and the signal impacts, but I imagine that the height of where the signal comes from would take it out of an impact zone, I guess, on neighbouring properties. It's generally my understanding from when we had similar infrastructure on water reservoirs and that kind of thing. The operators was fine until they got up to the top and within that zone of influence. So without going into more detail and again, without being an expert, I imagine the height of the tower itself would negate the impacts of the equipment itself, unless anyone wants.
If I can assist as well in terms of the concerns raised by neighbours, public exhibition did take place and no one submitted any representation on the development. So the school and other landholders would have been aware of it, but nobody had made any adverse comment.
So the school, they were contacted directly?
No, there are set procedures set out under the relevant act, and so council follows those. So this would have been on was on public exhibition as per page 44, which says about the original DA and then the level of representations. So it talks around the surrounding residents on the notification area map were notified of the DA. So you can see those parcels of land identified on page 45.
Can everyone who had a question please turn their lights on again, because I've just lost a little bit of track of where we're at. People want. Okay, so we've got Councillor White, you have a few. Councillor Coburn, you have a few as well. And Councillor Pakes, is this a follow-up from Councillor Lawrence?
No, it's on the calendar for the CEO and the Mayor.
All right. We'll go to you, Councillor Pakes, and then we'll go to Councillor Coburn and Wyatt.
I note on the Mayor's calendar that you had a meeting regarding the estuary Back Creek management. Have you got any updates on that meeting, given that it's very sanded up and pretty much in non-navigable at the moment?
Yeah, so we were in Parliament and used that as an opportunity to meet directly with Maritime. And the update we got from Maritime was that they were going to investigate the previous arrangement that we had, and they were going to come back to us once they'd done that bit of investigation. But there's definitely been some conversation there, but I'll let Mr. Medal also chime in.
Thank you. Yes, so I have responded in depth to a question from Councillor Wyatt yesterday on this matter and given you exactly what was discussed and agreed. So we have been pushing for months with Michael Kemp to get some movement with the relevant minister. He had gone to, he held a meeting last August, September, various stakeholders there. There were agreed actions and we hadn't seen any follow through on that. We'd seen a response from the Environment Minister, but had never had a response from the Transport Minister, who's responsible for dredging. So we've been pushing and pushing for that in the interim. The responsible minister's changed. It's no longer Minister Graham, it's Minister Aitchison, which is positive because we have a better relationship with her being a regional representative. So she had been invited along to the Mid-North Coast JO and she brought someone with Maritime because it had already been flagged as an issue. And then we were able to meet with one of Minister Aitchison's staffers and the senior person who's responsible for dredging across the state in the afternoon. Whilst there was no funding to bring their dredger down from Coffs Harbour to do additional works, there is an appetite to resolve the issue that prevents a local dredging contract being relet. At the moment, there is someone who's interested in doing the dredging, which is for 20,000 cubic metres of sand per year of intermittent dredging. It's not a permanent operation. It'll be similar to what was there before. They've been offered a short-term lease. The investment in the machinery needs a longer-term lease. So all parties were agreed that that was a sensible way to go, and Transport are now going back to Crown Lands to get a long-term lease rather than a short-term lease, which will enable the resumption of dredging operations.
And that was with the previous operator, was it? Is that who it was, or is it a new operator?
I'm unclear as to who the operator was. The previous operator had walked away from the operation. The operator did speak to us, but it wasn't made clear whether it was going to be exactly the same person / company or a new provider.
And as an ELT, as you as CEO, have you considered doing any release on a current status of that? Given that is a navigation location for boats, holiday makers, and it also puts pressure back onto the main river system, which is not particularly safe at times, as being a navigation to the ocean. So, yeah, is there any push information going to come from council at a status where we're at now?
Yes, so as per the notice of motion that came through last September and was responded to last December, we've set up the Back Creek Management Plan Group, which includes internal staff, consultant and stakeholders from the New South Wales Government. That is now in its final draft form. There's one more meeting of that group to go, and then that document will be approved and then will come to council for sign off. That document will then inform changes to your CMP, which will then need to go back out on public exhibition. That will then follow
back from those two visits in regards to potential good news stories for the Macleay.
Yes, I think you were at the Hereford. Were you at Herefords? Herefords, sorry. Yes, so myself, Deputy Mayor Lawrence, Councillor Pakes and Councillor Selby visited Herefords was it last week? It must have been. And we had discussions with the owners around a few councils have raised support for the New South Wales timber industry in response to the Great Koala National Park. And that's not that 50 local people, a large proportion of them under 30, a large proportion of them unskilled, and a large proportion of them who wouldn't be able to get employment elsewhere. And they've been there for quite a number of years, whether it's been Herefords that have owned it or a different type of organisation, but they were calling for our council, and they've been working with a number of councils to give support to the New South Wales timber industry. So there will be something potentially coming to council for our discussion on if we would like to offer our support there. And Everson's we have had to postpone that meeting, but we'll be discussing the waste levy change, waste fee change. Yes. But thank you. Yep. I'll now go to Councillor Coburn.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I'll just go through the list. I've just got a few questions around a couple of them. Just in regards to the DA 11.5 with the DA, I just wonder whether, because there was no direct contact with the school, whether or not, because they may or may not have been aware of that DA going up for public comment, would it be prudent of council to consider perhaps deferring this until a communication directly with the school can be had to make sure that they're confident and comfortable that there'll be no impact on the land that they're using adjacent to that?
Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. The first thing, I guess I'll try to get confirmation that there wasn't direct connection or response from the school. But apart from that, I don't see any particular reason why we couldn't take that approach if councillors are more comfortable with that approach.
Just to be clear, the school would have had direct contact. They would have had a mail out by virtue of one of their land parcels being included in the public notification area. So they would have it would have been more than just put on our website. They would have physically been contacted by the council. They had a letter at that time.
Oh, okay, that wasn't indicated before.
I think Mr. Meadow wasn't clear on where things were.
The school was compared to where the land that they're using for agriculture was.
Okay, so there's been no direct, no submission put in by them for or against. Okay, I think that clears that up. Thank you. Just moving down to the unsolicited proposals report, policy, sorry. So just a couple of questions. Given councillors are prohibited from engaging with proponents on a proposal once it is submitted, what reporting framework will ensure elected members still have adequate oversight?
Through you, Madam Mayor. We will consider an unsolicited proposal under the framework, and councillors are aware there's one on the agenda for later today. We cannot make an agreement to proceed with an unsolicited proposal without a formal resolution of council. So after the proposal has been considered in accordance with the framework, which may or may not involve workshops or discussions with councillors along the way, depending on the particular nature of the proposal, might involve community consultation throughout consideration of the proposal. But regardless of how that process flows at the tail end, to proceed or not proceed, we will need to come back to council and put a report for council. So elected members will at that stage make the final decision on the proposal, and they'll be provided with the information necessary to make that decision, which will be both what staff evaluate, obviously, that we need to provide, but then councillors will have the opportunity to, by either resolution or otherwise, seek further information.
Thank you.
If I can assist council further, unsolicited proposals are not the same, if you like. They're not homogenous. So we might get an unsolicited proposal for someone to provide us with a new piece of software. That might be all it is. We'll come to you. We'll talk through the benefits of taking a risk on a new, different approach, because one of the underpinning principles is that the offering has to be unique. So it might be that. It might be a transport provider coming in and offering their vehicles at a significant discount or something, probably not a unique offering, so it's not going to fall within the unsolicited proposals. It could be someone coming in to run an art gallery and saying, we want to take your art gallery on, we'll run it. It could be development related, someone wants to buy land from the council or take on running our swimming pools, or so there's a whole range of things. Some of them will fall into pretty much, we come to you, we ask for approval to go forward and do our due diligence with the proponent around something that's operational. Others of them are going to be probably highly sensitive and more strategic, in which case there'll be regular reporting to council about all the progress to the different gateway points in what's outlined in the policy. So I know members will have a particular issue in mind, but they're not all going to be the same as what's on the confidential agenda.
Okay, so just, I guess, as a follow-up question to that, does that mean that every unsolicited proposal that is brought to council will come into the sphere of the councillors for consideration, or does council make that decision whether they believe it's worth bringing forward to councillors for consideration?
There will inevitably be some triaging because some proposals, interestingly enough, we had one yesterday. I don't know at the moment what the quantum of council's investment up front is going to be for a long-term benefit. So they've got proprietary processes, and so it's a unique offering, but we need to do our due diligence and then decide whether we think we can afford it or not. If it's grey area, we'll bring it to council. So some we will immediately triage out because they don't meet the test, and then pretty much everything else will come to council.
Thank you. And just I noted that there will be an executive management committee, which will have that independent oversight and reporting back. Do we have any oversight around who will make up the what type of people will be on that committee? I'm assuming it'll be a combination of certain different stakeholders.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the makeup of that committee will vary depending on the proposal. So it will have to have the right expertise on that committee for a particular proposal. So it's not necessarily going to be static. It will not necessarily be the same membership every time. The membership of a committee, considering an example Mr. Medal gave of a piece of software, is going to be very different than a proposal for an art gallery. So yeah, the committee will be formed around each proposal with the correct membership for that particular proposal.
And could that possibly mean that there could be an external contractor involved, which will be an expense not budgeted for?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we would not be able to incur expenses which are not budgeted for. We need a budget vote before we can incur expenses.
Is that okay? Keep going. Just one other question. Has council obtained legal advice regarding the interaction between this policy and local government procurement obligations, particularly for public-private partnerships?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have not directly sought legal advice. The policy is based on a policy that there is an OLG circular for councils to adopt. So OLG have asked councils to adopt the state framework. It needs some slight tweaking in order to fit the local government context because we don't have the same major project review boards and so on that the state government has. But the model policy, it's almost identical to one adopted by Wollongong and many other New South Wales councils. So it is a policy based on the state framework that is entirely in accordance with the state framework.
Thank you. And just another one, I guess it's, could this policy unintentionally discourage open market competition by creating a pathway for exclusive negotiations with selected proponents?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think Mr Metal spoke earlier about how this adds surety to both council and proponents around this. The pathway already exists. That pathway is in Section 55 of the Local Government Act, and it's encompassed in the New South Wales Government Unsolicited Proposals Policy and the OLG guidance. And the OLG guidance is interesting because it states in their view that councils do not exercise this pathway enough, and they're essentially leaving opportunities on the table by not entertaining unsolicited proposals. So it actually provides a level of surety around the way these are handled for the public, for councillors and for proponents. It enhances the existing protections.
Thank you. Just another one around, could this policy be used in relation to caravan parks, holiday parks or strategic tourism assets? And if so, what protections exist to ensure community assets are not effectively privatised through long-term arrangements without broad public scrutiny? It's in that Crown land environment.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's actually a broad range of protections. So first of all, to get to actually taking a resolution under Section 55 of the Act, the proposal needs to be sufficiently beneficial, unique, and different to what you could get in the market that you can enter into a direct dealing. So there needs to be those extenuating circumstances to get to a resolution. That's at the final bar. The policy requires the offering to be unique. So somebody would need to come to us with something that nobody else could do. And it also needs to be weighted in the public interest. So whilst somebody might want to operate a facility to gain a profit, the overall weighting has to be more in the public interest than the private interest. So I think the example that you outlined there, I find it difficult to foresee a way that this could be leveraged, but the final protection is, as I said, it would require a resolution of council at the tail end. So councillors would need to be, on the whole, convinced that the proposal is one which is in the best interest of the community to take that resolution.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to talk briefly around 11.10, the sewage treatment plant buffer zone. And my question is around, I just want clarification. Is council exposing itself to compensation or landowner disputes, specifically landowners who've purchased land with future potential in mind that now may be affected by the buffer being put in place? And I guess as a follow-on question to that, will that affect the value of properties because of the introduction of the buffer zone?
I was going to say, through you, Madam Mayor, I'm probably happy to speak to the first part. Now, first of all, I guess we need to understand what we're adopting here as a council policy. So council has the option down the track to endorse deviations from that policy if council thought they were fit. So if we were to receive an approach from a landowner saying that they had been disadvantaged and they were able to make a case that would convince council that they had been disadvantaged, then the choice would be up to council exactly how they deal with that moving forward. I would say, though, it's probably the opposite. It actually adds certainty to landowners. This policy represents what was an informal policy that was already in place. We already required a buffer zone around these assets, but it wasn't codified anywhere. If you have a look where Councillor Paik spoke to at Southwest Rocks, you will see there has actually been land which has been excised from those developments in order to protect that buffer zone. So the policy adds certainty for both developers once again and for council that we actually have a firm position on this is what that buffer zone looks like, rather than it being a determination by the assessing officer or council of the day as to what buffer zone that they would apply to a particular project. But in the case that somebody did feel that they were disadvantaged by the policy, council still has an avenue open to deal with that, and ultimately if we can't agree, then an equity court can decide that matter.
Okay, because you've got existing properties there. So with the buffer not formally in place, even though it may be intuitively understood by council, I don't know, as part of a person's normal purchase process through their solicitors, would that have been identified or not?
Through you, Madam Mayor, what I would say is we're not aware of any proponent currently for whom this buffer zone will create an issue. As Councillor Pakes pointed out, there are some state significant developments which have already been approved potentially inside buffer zones, which will be permitted to continue. But in formulating this policy, that's certainly been a consideration for us. It's a question the executive asked when it came before them. We're not aware of any issues that are likely to arise from the adoption of this policy.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up on that through you?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly add to that. This policy is based on a New South Wales planning circular E3 that was introduced to New South Wales in was it March 1989. So there's nothing really new about what's being done here. It has been used in planning significantly across the state for quite a while, as you can see, 1989. And basically, I do see this as it's taking risks out for both council and proponents that have land in that area. So yeah.
You. I just have one more question.
That was my question. Is the state government regulations regarding this and how long they've been?
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Councillor Coburn.
This one is just around 11.12, the statement of cash and investments. And I thank Councillor Wyatt for having council clarify around what those investments actually mean, because the community at large doesn't understand that a lot of it is restricted. But a question that I have, and this is really for information for the community, is can ELT also explain why council is simultaneously increasing long-term borrowings and discussing financial sustainability pressures while maintaining such a large investment portfolio?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and I think comes down to exactly what I said to Councillor Wyatt earlier. Most of the money that we have invested is not technically ours. It's money which is held in trust and which is restricted for the purposes for which it's held in trust. So therefore, we cannot expend that money. We still have an obligation to obviously to maintain assets, and we need to maintain sufficient unrestricted cash for our operations, and hence why we're increasing borrowings. I would say as far as borrowings go, council is fairly lightly leveraged. We don't have a large amount of borrowings for the size of our operations. If we were private industry, we were doing far more with other people's money than what council does do. So we're very, very conservative in the level of borrowings that we take out. And whilst there's significant borrowings in the long-term financial plan to address the asset backlog, we are working hard to reduce those. The impact of not taking out the borrowings, though, for the asset backlog is significant. The cost escalation in maintaining and reconstructing roads, for instance, along with the further deterioration, means that they actually increase in cost at a far greater rate than the interest rate of the day. So we are better off borrowing money for those sorts of projects in the general fund at the moment than we are putting them off. Otherwise, we're just creating a much larger debt for the next generation to pay off somewhere down the track, which is some of what we've inherited to date. So yeah, in answer to your question, most of those funds are restricted. Therefore, we still need to borrow money to undertake the day-to-day operations of council and maintain our assets.
So just for a little further clarity, I guess, for the community, so that means that obviously there's different types of investment that council can take. Some would be more long-term fixed and some short-term fixed. So does this directly align with the delivery program, so that when required, those grant funds can be drawn down to align with the project delivery?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. We invest money on, there are two factors that we take into account when we invest money. One of them is the rate of return, and the other one is when we are going to need availability of some of that cash. The reality, if you look through the statement, though, is most of our money is actually invested for reasonably short periods. We're not currently seeing significantly more attractive returns for longer investment periods. So most of the investments are over a relatively short lifespan, 12 months or less.
So just as a follow-on to that question then, in light of council's new direction with their capital delivery program. Will some of those grant funds, for example, be able to fixed into something longer once clarification is made around what can be delivered and within what timeframes?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I mean, that option is already available to us today if we saw that the returns were sufficiently large to tie up the cash for longer. But like I said, the reality of it is councils are restricted to effectively keeping the money in cash. Term deposits are about all councils can invest in. You might be aware a number of New South Wales councils lost significant amounts of money in the global financial crisis. So therefore, the investment restrictions on councils are effectively most of what we invest in needs to be cash-backed investments. We're not investing in shares or property or anything speculative, and therefore, like I said, in the current market, the returns aren't there to make it worth investing over longer periods. If that changed, then we would reevaluate how we invest that money.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you. Yeah, I forgot to ask the questions about the child protection, sorry, the child safe plan. Couple of questions and 2 comments on the policy is, did council, the organisation, seek assistance from or consult with any child protection service organisations in the Shire or elsewhere to prepare that policy?
Through you, Madam Mayor, council staff had, and we alluded to at the last meeting already, previously been engaged with the Office of the Children's Guardian and OLG in relation to the implementation of the Child Safe Standard framework within councils. So therefore, we have relied on advice and materials that have been provided to us by those 2 agencies in preparing these documents, yes.
Connecting the Office of Local Government and the Kempsey plan within a framework, is the Kempsey Shire Council Child Standards Policy and Implementation a piece within a broader framework?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes. I haven't got the Act in front of me, so I'll probably butcher the precise terminology. But when you have a look at the Act, it makes a distinction between New South Wales government agencies and then the statutory bodies those agencies are responsible for. So, for instance, the Office of Local Government as a New South Wales agency has to have a child safe action plan. One of the items in their action plan is to have the standards implemented by local councils in New South Wales. So we do this in satisfaction of their action plan, yes.
That question was around I'm trying to unpack it for myself, because I found in relation to when the notice of motion was brought up by Councillor Lawrence, I think it's quite a lot of thought and gone into that. And when I saw this plan, I thought, whoa, that's a bit lean. So I'm wondering how it fits into a broader framework, not necessarily legislation, but what else is read in conjunction with that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I probably wouldn't describe it as lean. So we've put before you today a plan and a policy. That plan and policy says that we need to establish position registers, risk assessments and registers, procedures, training and reporting, to pass that reporting through to our ARIC, and then to embed all of that into all of our usual day-to-day operational procedures. So yeah, I wouldn't describe it as lean. There's a significant body of work that sits behind that. In assessing the framework, though, we have tried to make sure that we get the right fit for the level of risk presented to this organisation and the level of resourcing that we're able to put into it without adding any FTEs. I would say to do more than that would require us investing in bringing in additional staff or consultants to do the work, and probably not reduce our residual risk any further than the items that are embodied within that plan.
That's good. That answers my question, because it looks to me lean. He said no, thank you. And just a couple of comments on the policy itself. Part 5, it talks about, I think it's part 5, just has a few people, a few positions rather, that, and maybe consider expanding that to applying to community engagement staff, libraries, pool operators, lifeguards, parks and gardens, rangers. So I just thought it's not just those libraries, it's the lifeguards, definitely, rangers, pool operators. A second comment is whether you've got some in the policy, it does have references, it does have names of schemes and administrative standards of the Office of Children and Guardian, wondering whether you can add references or hyperlinks to some of these policies. And just that can be problematic, but just with your policies, could you consider adding hyperlinks and references as in the future? And then the third question or comment rather is on part 3. There's a list of 10 principles there. And the 10th one says policies, procedures, documents, how the organisation is child safe. So are there other, is that just like a general statement, or are there actually other policies and procedures within the organisation that are child safe framework within the organisation already?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So yes, we already have existing processes. So part of this, what we're proposing here, either is a rehash of work that's already done. So for instance, when the standards were introduced, we did evaluate every position in the organisation and develop a register of positions that need to have working with children's checks and so on. We did undertake a risk assessment at the time. So this framework embodies formalising the status, I guess, of some of that work, putting reporting and review around it. So what we probably didn't have is reporting of the currency of that to our ARIC and so on, although it does get looked at through various audits we do and the review process. Those 10 principles are the child safe standards, so they're lifted directly out of the child safe standards. They're not words that we chose. It refers to both this policy, so this is the policy which sits at the top of everything. I alluded to we need procedures about how we implement that policy. So how are those positions identified? When are they done? Who is responsible for identifying those positions? When it is reviewed, who's double checking that? And then the same will go for how that gets embedded into recruitment practices, into our customer service standards, into how our community development team and plans events and things like that. So procedures collectively refers to all of those procedures we have throughout the organisation that child safety needs to be embedded in.
All right. If there's no more questions, yeah, Councillor Lawrence.
I'm just wondering, with 11.5, I'm just a little bit stuck on it in terms of approving, given that the errors and stuff are in there. I'm wondering, I had something that I wanted to say a bit more on it. Should we pull it out, or do you want me to speak now?
Are you going to vote against it? Would you be voting against it?
If it's not deferred, I probably will, yeah.
Well, then we'll have to pull it out.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right. The resolution is before you, and if we're satisfied that all of those no longer need to be taken out, moved by Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor Saul. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. All right, we'll move to item 9.1, which is a mayoral minute, and I would like to move that Council notes with sadness the passing of Shane Stedman, OAM, and acknowledges his significant contributions to the surf industry, business, and the Macleay Valley community. 2, extends its sincere condolences to his family, friends, and the wider community, and observes a minute's silence in recognition of his life and legacy. And in moving this motion, I wish to acknowledge the passing of Shane, a respected and influential figure on the Mid-North Coast whose life and work left a lasting mark on our community. Shane was widely known for his contributions to surfboard shaping, his entrepreneurial role in the development and popularisation of sheepskin boots, otherwise known as Ugg boots, and his presence on local radio. A proud member of the Crescent Head community, he was recognised nationally with the Medal of the Order of Australia for his service to business and the community. His passing is a significant loss, and this mayoral minute provides an opportunity for council to formally recognise his life, contributions and legacy. And I really do encourage anyone who has the time available to attend his a celebration of his life, I believe on the 30th of May at Crescent Head Surf Club. So I'd like to move that way. Would anyone like to speak to this motion? Councillor Selby.
Yeah, I was lucky enough in my earlier days to know Shane pretty well. What he's achieved throughout his life is, as everybody can see, you know, Ugg boots for starters. He used to shape boards and that. He was just an incredible man, and I feel that it's a great loss to our community that he is gone, because he used to show up to everything. The other month we had the overseas people out there at Crescent Head, and he turns up in his wheelchair. You know, he's a pretty amazing bloke. So yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for that Mayoral minute. Good.
Thank you, Councillor Selby. If there's no other speakers, I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We'll observe a minute silence now. Thank you all. We'll now move to item 11.1, which is the Corporate Performance Report Q3 2025-2026, moved by Councillor Bain. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Saul. Councillor Bain, would you like to open debate?
Morning, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'd like to commend this.
Just a point of order. I had specifically asked via email that I could pull this one out so I could speak to it.
You're still able to speak to it.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to commend the corporate, but it's rather welcome, and it's a step. I also note that there's some savings because of the impact of the supply chain challenges on project delivery. Definitely that's going to be an ongoing challenge and increasing costs as we move into the future. I note as well the strong level of our debt service cover ratio, which is really, really important in understanding that generational equity that future generations will be paying down for services and infrastructure that they're reliant on and using. I congratulate staff again on the squirrel campaign, and I like the squirrel with the dollar sign in the front of it, squirreling away looking for small but significant changes. And I think it's important to recognise that that's also a change in culture of people going, hang on, let's have a thought. How can I save? How can I shave off $1 here and $1 there? And it builds that culture of responsible fiscal management from the ground up. And also noting through the grant summary, the Good Neighbour program from Local Land Services with close to just less than $300,000 for this year in the management of tropical soda apple. Very, very welcome. Clearly, 300,000 isn't going to solve the problem, but it's definitely going to provide some steps forward. So thank you for the work that's gone into this, and thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions on these? I believe Councillor Pakes, you had a few questions. Yep.
Yeah, I've got a reasonably large number of questions, but most of them relate to progress under 75%, because this being a 3/4 of the term. So I'll kick off on those. The OP, so 25% completion on the Hathead beach access. I'll just ask for an update or a comment on whether it'll be delivered this year or whether it's been deferred, or there's other extra circumstances associated to it.
I'd probably have to take that on notice.
So I'll go through pages on it too. So page 4 is the stormwater construction, 25% completed. That might be page 3 actually. Yeah, is there an outlined location and what's been delivered or hasn't been delivered, or why it's not being done, or is it as part of other mitigation works in Smithtown or Gladstone or others?
That's ENOP 16, construction of stormwater network at selected locations according to the agreed program.
Yeah, I think there was some delay in that. I'm just trying to bring up the
It says in the comments the projects are now behind schedule due to
Yeah.
significant workloads following the May 2025 flood event. The program has primarily been deferred to 2026-27.
That was my understanding that it was behind. Yeah.
And so, how does the communities aware of the locations of this? I'm not aware of where those locations are. That's why I'm probably asking questions on it. Stormwater's in my backyard, so yeah.
If I can help, Council, I suspect that that was not something that the public would have been aware. There was no fact sheet or anything last year like we put together this year. So yeah, happy to put something on our website and share the list of projects that have been deferred because of the flood impact. I think that would be good for people to understand they haven't been forgotten, but there's that ice tray effect that Mr. Douglas refers to, where capital projects just end up slipping because of the impacts of natural disaster.
The Koala project. So I note that there's been some painting at Crescent Head toilet blocks. Looks fantastic. Is that part of that Koala project? And we've brought a master plan out that has the demolition of that. So how does that viewed in? Has that been considered in the other master plan? I know it's not specifically this, but it is in somewhat.
Madam Mayor, can I just ask you to clarify what the reference number is on the Koala project? Koala appears 6 times in the document.
Yeah, page 5. I think it talks to the
ENOP 10, the Hastings Macleay Koala Recovery Project.
Yes.
So yes, that mural at Crescent Head was undertaken as part of that program for this year. Yes, that is part of the ENOP 10, which is what the comment there you'll see says the council is contributing to the project through the development of a koala mural, which is now completed. And whilst I would say the draft master plan does contemplate the removal of that toilet block, it does not say when the removal of that toilet block would be. So that toilet block might be there for quite some time before we attract funding for a replacement.
Sewer relining, 25%. I think that's on page 8. Is there any comment around the sewer relining progress and limitations, whether the geopolitical aspects have affected that, given the components that are used?
Yeah, Madam Mayor. Yeah, there's lots of contributing factors to that one. The limited amount of contractors actually do this specialist work has become, a very small pool recently, with a lot of companies going bankrupt. So there's literally 2 players in the market now. The spiral wound component that is used in this rehabilitation is once again a petrochemical based product. So, it is a limited supply at the moment. And basically, yeah, it has been tendered. All the preliminary works have been done, as in such, civil works for junction repairs, CCTV, cleaning, and they're actually lining sewers at the moment in East Kempsey. And basically, looking at the program, they will just miss out on being finished this financial year. So, but well and truly underway.
Excellent. I'll continue on with you, Wes. I've got page 10, the minimum 1,600 water meter replacements. You're at 45%. How many meters are in the valley total? And what's the lifespan of a meter? We're going to 1,600 a lot, or?
So basically, that is sort of greater than 10%. So what we look at, there's probably just over 13,000 metres across the Shire. We look at doing above 10%, and that's why we aim for that 1,600. And obviously aiming for 10%, they got a 10-year lifespan. Yeah.
And probably a side question to that, you haven't considered externally. So is that something that could be externally sourced? And is that externally sourced in other locations in the state?
Yeah, definitely. Look, most services could be externally sourced. It's that program varies depending on a lot to do with ground conditions, and the mains repairs and bits and pieces that we have during wet and dry time. So that is a role that the team actually fits in between those certain more emergency type roles.
Thanks, Wes. I think I'm done with you there for a second. Oh no, not quite. Willawarren water treatment plant. Now, I think I've asked you this question, but for the public to hear it, it's at 55%. What is it at today? Where's Willawarren water treatment plant up to today? Because I think it's a bit more advanced than that. And I'll also add to that the Crescent Head, a description of the Crescent Head. It's only a design section.
Yep, no worries. So Willawarren, basically these numbers for the quarter January to March. So you know we are a couple of months advanced of that now. I would put Willawarren in the basket of probably around 80% as we stand today. There has been a delay once again with sort of conduits and cables and bits and pieces for the electrical side, electrical fit out of the treatment plant. So we are looking for a July, August completion for that job now before we move into commissioning. And Crescent Head, basically the reporting on here is actually for the detailed design component of the plant. So basically we're in the middle of the 50% design review for that treatment plant as we speak.
And you'd say the electrical components are directly related to what's happened with petroleum products. That's where it's coming from, correct?
Yeah, very much so. As all pipe classes, PE, PVC, conduit falls into that basket as well. So there is that supply chain issue and actual manufacturer issue at the moment.
Excellent. Thank you. Page 14.
Councillor Pakes, just getting back to your beach access. So
yes, thanks.
It's the beach is accessible at the moment, so I was a bit confused. But that's still through the temp repair. So the permanent fix is still in detailed design. Hence 25%.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. On to page 14, flood mitigation. We're at 25%. What mitigation works does that involve? As in, is there any detail for the community to see what mitigation infrastructure or what exactly the levy construction is? How if I get a community member question in that regards, where do I go to find that?
Sorry, which
ENOP 62, 25%. Undertake rehabilitation and renewal program of flood mitigation infrastructure, including structures, levees, riverbank protection at various locations within the Shire to improve resilience to flood impact.
I'll take a notice whether there's anything publicly available that shows the locations of that. I'm not sure if there is or not. If there's not, we'll be able to do that once we have more of the...
Through you, Madam Mayor, we can probably take it on notice. A lot of these programs on that are based on the asset condition at the time the program is undertaken, and hence why the particular projects aren't identified in the operational plan. It's something that we have been honest about in the community information session the other day, that we would like to get to a greater level of maturity where the particular assets are identified in the plan rather than just saying undertake a program of work. But the reality of it is that some of these programs that are driven by asset condition don't necessarily have a defined asset that they're working on until we go to actually undertake the works. And you'll note the majority of this program, what's remaining, is noted as being deferred into the next year.
And I suppose the reason for my questioning on that is that last year, the river was fully submerged. I think we're at 6 metres or something like that. So when this AP was formulated, how would we have known what the damage was to be from this flood? Oh, the flood 12 months ago.
Yeah, and through you, Madam Mayor, that's what I was saying about. So going into the program, a lot of these programs like this are just asset maintenance. So we say we have an asset class that costs us this much money. This is how much money every year we need to put into maintaining and renewing those assets based on the total cost and its life cycle. And then when it's time to spend the money, we have a look at the asset conditions and say which asset is this money best invested in at this point in time? And historically, they have not always been identified prior to the plan being defined. The plan defines an envelope, and then the planning about how to apply that is done later. And that's where, like I'm saying, we definitely want to get to a higher level of maturity there, but we need better asset systems and better data to be able to do that. And that in itself is an initiative in the operational plan.
If I can help Councillor Pakes further, the approach we've taken this year, we have published a fact sheet on stormwater and flood mitigation, so members of the community can see what we're planning to do in that space. We've got 2.18 million Taruka.
Taruka. Can that be made as a release for councillors to circulate? Because that is something. Obviously, we're getting heavy rain at the moment. Probably not in people's mind.
Yeah, all of these documents are on the IPNR suite for you, and for members of our community for the first time that we've taken this approach. So we've tried to be as open as we can.
Yeah, excellent. I'm going to continue on to page 20 for the Riverside foreshore rehab, 95%. Question is that project on budget, and how long until it's finished? Are we getting close?
Sorry, one of yours go.
Yeah, definitely getting close. Not sure if we can. My understandings we're still on budget, unless that can be confirmed. I don't have the. Do you have that in front of you? The cost tracking.
Do you have the code for it? Like if it is it
ENOP 64. Page 15 of the OP report.
My understanding of this project is that the works that were being undertaken by the external contractor are all complete, and internal staff are now laying out the footpaths, the turfing, doing the softer works within the site, plus the delivery of the landing facility. So I do see it as I come over the bridge and there's stuff happening. My understanding from the team is that works are on track to be completed this financial year.
I note that its locations had significant works around the boat ramp and to the upstream of the boat ramp. And then there's significant asphalt damage to the boat ramp area where there's been deliveries and so on. Is that part of the rehabilitation cost associated to that project? Or will that have to be done through the maintenance program?
I'm unsure. I'll take that one on notice, Councillor, and get you an answer.
So we are currently on budget, and through the mayor, Andrew is correct that the final finishes are now being done internal. The main contractor have done their bit. I've got an update. So part of the damage to that bitumen seal where the boat ramp is, we're working with the contractor to do some repair to that, because part of the damage is because of that was where they used to do their work. So so separate to this project, but we're trying to recoup some of that through the contractor.
And just to be advised that that work is being done under warranty by the contractor, not at the council's expense.
It's great. Excellent. A review, so page 20, review of unused property and disposal. Is there any comment on the review of unused property and where that's at? You're saying it's 40%. Council property and facilities to identify assets that are no longer required for disposal. Is there any comment on that? Because that would be a budget win, either with no depreciation or the asset sale and a positive impact on the budget.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah. So it is one place where, as noted there, the facilities and maintenance supervisor roles a vacancy that we carried for nearly 6 months. Unfortunately, we can take in other spaces until we're able to progress that one. As far as a win, though, two things I would say is we don't carry any depreciation on land. So whilst some buildings might, there's probably not a massive amount of depreciation in it. And generally, unless the land that we hold is surplus to council's purposes, we're unlikely to recommend the sale of land versus making sure that we realise its full potential. It's generally the sugar hit, so to speak, for selling a piece of land and getting a one-off return in 1 year is generally not worth the returns that we lose moving into the future, which has been what we've struggled with on Landsborough Street. It's undoubtable it has significant value to council moving forward, but we lack the unrestricted cash to be able to progress anything on that side ourselves without returning to a surplus position, and hence why we're willing to look at a market approach to see if there's other options to effectively leverage somebody else's money for us to be able to redevelop that site, given that we can't bring our own to the party. So yeah, the work about 40% complete is an accurate summation of that. We're working on progressing that now that we've got the normal occupant of the role has returned from leave and is back into work. So we're looking at progressing that a little bit quicker now. But I wouldn't expect there to be any major windfalls out of it in this financial year.
The review of the long-term master plan for the depot, is that, what stage is that at?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the focus around the depot at the moment has predominantly been on the actual works that are managing the building works that are happening on the site at the moment. There's a significant amount of work probably to be done in the review of the longer term master plan, which I'll admit has not in itself progressed terribly far in comparison to the other options there, which are the delivery of the offices, which is the thing I alluded to that's moving quickly. I wouldn't expect to have a full review of the master plan done within this year. I think we have raised some significant questions around the master plan that are going to take the team a little while to address and get back to. So there's going to be work on that, which will carry into next year.
Thank you. Page 23, 35% reshooting. You know, it says that it doesn't align with the, since the May flood, it doesn't align with the reshooting program. How is that, as a councillor, how do we gauge that in regards to delivery? You're not counting the 35, you've done 35% of the program, but is the works that's been done post the May 25 event, what percentage of, you know, is that another percentage not calculated somewhere else, or because it's obviously money that's not budgeted in this because you've claimed it out of disaster recovery? What, how do we view that with this point?
Yeah, I'll probably have to take that on notice for the detail, but yeah, my understanding is that essentially equivalent works would be done under the flood recovery, hence the plan reshooting work is behind, if that makes sense. So in terms of where we end up at the end of the year and the amount of that activity that's done, I'd probably have to confirm with the ops guys to get a specific figure to make sure that it's still on target from a renewal point of view.
Thank you, Mr. Hood. It is 10:45, so I'm just going to break for morning tea, just because we've been going for quite a while, and we'll come back. Thank you, councillors. We are back in open council, and Councillor Pex, you have the floor. You may continue your line of questionings.
Yeah, just continuing on. Thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 30, the South West Rocks Fire Station. Just to comment on that project at 30%, is there any comment on that one?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we continue to assist with liaison between the Rural Fire Service and the Kempsey Local Aboriginal Land Council to seek a path forward on that project, but it will remain stalled until a path forward is able to be found by the parties.
Thank you. Page 34, the implementation of the Verge Street Sports Complex Master Plan via the Regional Sports Infrastructure Fund, 50%. Is that for the entire project, 50%, or is that just this year's component of it?
I think the percentages are for the financial year, are they not? Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's for the whole project for this financial year. So the netball pavilion due in July for completion, and then the general purpose pavilion towards the end of the calendar year is the current projection.
That's good news. Excellent. Page 42, I've got asset management, corporate improvement, 45%. Just let me go through to 42 to that line item. %, deliver asset management corporate improvement program. So previously we've heard from organisations within the Shire and their businesses having new computer systems. Is that a computer system you're talking about, or is that something else?
Yeah, it's probably a mix of process and software, but no, it's not specifically related to a software rollout or anything like that.
Sorry.
Mr. Thorogood?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, there is a larger project on the agenda to have a look at centralising some systems. We have far too many systems at the moment proliferated across the organisation. So very much as Mr. Lipscomb spoke last night to the efficiency and productivity improvements they had seen through implementing a single ERP system across their business. Yes, that is something we're looking at with council. This particular line item, whilst it does involve the rollout of functionality in a software system that we already have, is predominantly around the business processes of how we use that maintenance management functionality within that system. And the asset team were working with a couple of internal stakeholders on essentially being the pilot partners for rolling out that software functionality, which once successful then will be rolled out more broadly. And it brings functions like how often we service our air conditioners and things like that into a software system rather than being managed in Excel spreadsheets or those types of things.
Yeah, I just note that the feedback that we received from private enterprises that is a massive efficiency, and I also note that it provides live data for managers, ELT, and so on. That was the feedback we were given from private enterprise. So I would hope that that's something that ELT take on board.
I noted this for my business case.
Excellent, wasn't it? Excellent. Financial sustainability document, revaluation. What date was the revaluation process undertaken? And given that the geopolitical changes, how relevant is that revaluation given that the costs of petroleum products with asphalt and tar, plastics associated to Wes's area, all those things don't seem to be relevant given those geopolitical changes?
Sorry, which document and line item were you referring to?
Well, I've got page 8 of the financial sustainability document.
Yeah, let me just.
But that doesn't seem right.
It might.
Revaluation, and this is what I'm referring to.
Yeah, so we undertake a rolling program of revaluations. The challenge that you will find with the revaluations, and particularly what you're referring to there, is it's unlikely to have a significant impact on our reval program because the reval program is going to look at 5-year costs. And at this point in time, whilst we think there will be a long tail in this and it may impact future revals as that comes into the historic costs that revals are based on, the historic costs that revals are based on aren't going to include those. And even once they are, by the time they're averaged out over a 5-year period, if this is a 12 or 18-month spike in the cost and availability of these materials and then disappears, it also won't have a material effect on revaluations. This is probably a good news story for us because if it did have a material spike in revaluations, that would also cause a 5-year material spike in depreciation expenses that would be accruing for money which we may not expend in the future. So I'm comfortable that our revaluation methodology is fit for purpose and is being undertaken by people with the appropriate qualifications and expertise to do it, and that the numbers that we're going to be reflecting in our financial statements are a fair statement of the value of our assets. That, though, will be verified by our external auditors as part of the external audit process.
Thank you. Moving on to the grants document. And I'm just going to, there's a few projects here I'm probably going to ask questions about when they're going to commence or if they've been delayed. The first one, Maddie's Flat. What is it, a $3.039 million project?
Yeah, so that's still in the design phase. So that's a combination of internal design and external expert design. So I guess we're still on track, or the target is to get to the point of construction activities probably by around this time next calendar year. So I guess the next low season, winter, that kind of thing. And so probably towards the end of this calendar year, so early next financial year is when we'll have something ready to go out, public exhibition, concept plans, that kind of thing. That's the current expectation. Sorry, I'm turning away from the microphone. I apologise.
No, thanks. Thank you. That's good. The Fresh Start program, has this begun? I think it was an employment section, wasn't it?
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. So the first 2 tranches under that program are now employed, and we're awaiting announcements from OLG about the funding of the next tranche and eligibility for that, which should be forthcoming momentarily, I understand.
And I've got 6.854 million on levy remediation, unspecified, as in the exact levies that were about to be remediated. But yeah, I'm interested to know where that one's at, given we're 12 months down the track after a major flood.
So again, I guess I'd have to take it on notice for the details of that, because in general, part of the first part of that work would be to do that detailed investigation work to find out the extent of the repair work that is required. That initial assessment doesn't go into that level of detail. So I'm happy to follow that up with the team and get a bit more detail provided to councillors and all the public once we've got that a bit more bedded down, the scope of what we're actually going to construct and undertake there.
Thank you. The Glenrock levy, I note some works has occurred there. Is that job completed? I note there was a large volume of spoil removed from that job, and it's placed at the beginning of third lane. And whether its removal is part of that project, or whether the job's complete now and that material removed remains on that site and is up then to council for going forward to move it.
I'm going to do it too again, Councillor Pace. I may get the answer before we get to the end of this, so we'll see.
Yeah, not a problem. Roads to recovery, the location of the roads to be repaired under that one it's got $20 million. I'll probably ask a question on that line item there. It's got $20.419 million there from 24 to 29. It's 10 million from us and the grant provider. What's the detail of that, or is that detailed in the works above it? Can you just have an explanation of that line item? That's a fair bit of money too. 20 million bucks on roads is a lot.
Is that the Toos Road?
No,
it's a line item in that document.
Grant funding to the councillors. It comes in alongside the federal assistance grant. We get a top up in effect for road repairs. So these are, by their nature, we don't know where we're going to be repairing a road in 28, 29, but there's a block allocation for road repairs.
Through you, Madam Mayor, what I'd probably add to that, roads to recovery is somewhat, I guess, unique in the type of grant it is, along with the FAGs and the block grants, that it's not necessarily tied, as Mr. Medal just outlined. So when you have a look through our operational plan, you will see that there are roads projects included within the plan, and they're on the fact sheets for next year that will be funded out of this roads to recovery allocation. It may not be specifically called out as it's applied to these specific road projects because it's not tied.
And so are you obligated to spend the proportion of that like an equal proportion each year, or can you overspend one year and underspend the next, or going off? Yeah, because has that been in our line items previously? I just don't recall seeing that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yeah, it has always been there.
Snuck away.
If we underspend on roads, then that will impact our allocation in future years. So there is an obligation as the state and federal government provide us this untied funding that we do not reduce our own investment in these asset classes. So a reduction in spending in this year would reduce our allocation in future years. Any overspend, though, would be, because it's untied, it simply gets topped up out of general fund unless the state government comes to the party at some point and makes additional allocations. Generally, though, where that's happened in the past, they've been under different projects or different programs. They wouldn't be called out under this one.
And sorry to just interject on that one.
Yep.
Roads to recovery, I believe, was being significantly increased over the next few years. Is there opportunity for us to increase our share out of that funding, or how will that work, or you don't know?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So yes, there's been significant increases to the Roads to Recovery program. We have also increased our own investment in roads through the special rate variation and the investment in the asset backlog. So our investment in roads has also increased, which is part of the reason for the loan borrowings report. There's not an obligation for us to increase, and increasing our investment doesn't gain us additional Roads to Recovery funding money. But that aside, we have increased our own investment in roads.
Councillor Pace, the Glenrock Levy project has been completed. Is that your question?
Yeah. So in the view of that project, when you've got a large volume of material deposited on a site, how's that viewed in regards to the costs associated to moving it somewhere else, or is it just stockpiled? Is there an accounting process for that? 1,000 tons of dirt, whatever you want to call it. Because ultimately, going forward, to move it as an expense to council, to take it to somewhere else.
Follow that up, that element.
I'm going to page 6, AGR 12, AGR 1198, multiple projects, essential public asset restoration. It's a big one, 37 million. Immediate reconstruction works, 3.7 million. Multiple projects there. They're rather large numbers. They were submitted in March for application. When might we see an outcome for those grant applications? Because they are significant numbers to inject into our works project to start with, and then to assist with asset maintenance.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so Councillor Pace, a lot of those we've started to get the results on, including South West Ox Road, which the team are prioritising. We should see that begin before the end of this financial year.
Is that the 3.7?
I think it was around 3 point something, yeah.
3.739, yes, okay.
As for the status of all the other applications that we've got pending, I don't think we've had answers on all of them yet. I'd have to go through and check with the team as to what we've got the approval for and what we're still waiting on.
How do we find out what those works are? Because they're not detailed there. Emergency works, immediate reconstruction works, essential public asset restoration works. Like it's a large number of dollars, but there's only a few lines there describing what they are. As a councillor, how do we work that out?
Yeah, so very operational. This is all about the disaster recovery. We've submitted all of our claims, and that had to be done by the 31st of March. There's no deadline for the Reconstruction Authority to provide us with decisions. Some of those claims, they've come back to us and they're asking for more information or clarity or better photos or whatever. And so they're the lumped together allocations that the team are working through. As we get results from RA, then I've been sharing some of the information that I've been privy to, so elected members are aware what is coming forward. But yeah, there's work all across the Shire covered in those broad headings.
So through you, Madam Mayor, what I may add to that, if you look at the previous pages, which are the grants that we have received, you'll note that against the AGRNs, there are specific packages of work that are called out. As we gain approval for these works and they move on to the page of grants that are being awarded rather than applied for, then you'll see more detail will start to drip out and how they're incorporated into our plans.
And I'll be super clear why I'm asking this question is because members of the public approach you always as a councillor and they ask you, when are you going to repair Southwest Rocks Road just before Australian Bridge? When are you going to repair the other Plumbers Lane, or when are you going to repair certain? And if we don't know that there's a grant application in place, we can't answer that question to say that. So that's why I ask, where are the grants going for? And if we're unsuccessful, that's what the message we can put to the public. But at the moment, we have no. We don't know what's happening on that front. So that was my last question. Thank you.
Yeah, just to be clear, these bulked up things probably have got thousands of lines in them because that's the ridiculous level of detail that we're being asked to provide the Reconstruction Authority. So that's why we've headlined what we've applied for. And then as Mr. Thorogood says, once we know what we've been successful in, then you'll see an individual budget line for schemes that are of any reasonable size. We're not going to be responding where we've only got response for a 1 metre square patch.
Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, on Anzac Day, I was asked at Stewart's Point, I was asked repeatedly about the Stewart's Point sewage scheme. Can the Director please enlighten the councillors on any matters and an update, please?
Mr. Trotter.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So basically, with this project at the moment, we have submitted the environmental impact statement. So that is with state government at the moment. The submissions that come in from the community and various government organisations have been reviewed by us. We've sent our response back, and basically we're waiting on New South Wales to get back to us with a way forward. As I said the other night at the IPNR community briefing, that's not the end of the process. There is a stage after that approval of the EIS that we have to submit a construction environmental plan. That will take about a month for state government to approve, and then we're able to move forward with that. Currently, we are assessing the tender for the Stewart's Point wastewater treatment plant. So hopefully that will come to council next month, which is very good. Basically, they just get connected at our cost. So it's not a cost borne by the residents.
Thank you.
Councillor Peggs.
Yeah, can I just ask a supplementary on that, Wes? So council's providing a pump well in the front of the property, and then it's up to they put a pump well at the back and connect everything to it. Tell me what's happening.
No,
just clarity on that point.
Yeah. So basically, all the properties, so every residence out there at the moment has a detailed plan of their property now. All the electrical and plumbing drainage works will be completed by a contractor or our contractors at no cost to the resident for hooking that scheme up. Yeah.
Is that's included in the funding for the project, obviously?
That's correct.
Thank you for that clarity there. Councillor White, if anyone had questions during this period, can you all turn your lights on now so I can just record it, as I've was very engaged in Councillor Peggs' questions. Councillor White, then Councillor Coburn.
Okay, thank you. I actually don't have that many questions, but referring to the quarterly report for the operation plan. There's lots of items in there, and I can list them if you like, but I won't. I mean, I've just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, at least 8 that I can see. Lots of items that refer to where a strategic plan has been substantially implemented at 75 to 90%. Implementing actions in those plans can be council-led, council advocate, council delivered, or not assigned to council at all. So is the reporting in Q3 operation plan showing that those actions and only those actions assigned to council are delivered at those percentages or are implemented at those percentages, or is it referring to the entire plan?
Through you, Madam Mayor, you'll probably find that most of the items which are at 75% in Q3 are those that are considered part of our normal operations. So they're OPEX actions, which means those actions are only going to include actions that are being undertaken by council. Now, that might be doing or implementing something, that might be advocating for something, that might be participating in some cross-sector group or something like that. But if there is a plan that calls for another agency to do an action, then that's not something that will be reported on in our operational plan.
Yeah, that's good clarification, because it goes to my next point. Is it the only one that I could see in that plan, CO26, the creative arts plan, does actually specify that that council's actions are 75% complete, because the plan itself does have a column which says where council is a partner or a deliverer. That is clear. And you just mentioned that with the other ones, it's like BAU, business as usual, incorporated in your day-to-day operations. So I guess my question is around feedback, is whether there is scope to improve that reporting and say that it is that it is BAU, or council has delivered a big project, because it's a little bit grey.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metal has previously referred to the work that we are currently undertaking in reviewing most of those strategies and those plans and how they feed into the golden thread, and the point that you raise about plans that contain actions that others do, and equally plans that contain actions that are unfunded, and what that means to the commitment we make to the community when we adopt those plans is something of which the executive are well aware and is prominently featuring in our review of those strategy documents and that framework. So I'd suggest this is something that we'll have something further to say about to council in the future, and I would probably expect there will be a report on that matter in the future to address exactly the point you raised there, amongst others.
Thank you. Yes, sir. That was mentioned yesterday, and thanks for the clarification. I wrote all through that in our comments to the operations plan IPNR document. That's good. Next question is around OP 15, which is the Economic Development Strategy, otherwise known as Horizons 2030. So we had a meeting with the Business Chamber last night about that, and this report says that it's 75% complete, but that's kind of not what we discussed yesterday. Again, I mean, is this a reporting on the BAU part of that report, other than all of those really high order actions? It's not 75% complete. Like, the entire plan is not 75% complete.
No, and through you, Madam Mayor, regardless of what format we report in, the operational plan is always the actions that council intends to take in a 12-month period. It is a 12-month plan. So the status reporting against the operational plan is always going to reflect what we're doing in that 12 months. Probably when you're looking for more meaningful reporting around some of those bigger items, when you get to the delivery program level, you are going to see some more meaningful reporting. But to my previous point, I agree that there's room to do better in that reporting, and it's something that we're currently working on.
Copy that. Thank you. And my next questions are around the financial sustainability report, 11.1.3. Point 2 talks about the scrutiny of spend, and there is quite a bit of focus on employee related there around training, travel, productivity savings. And I mean, as former manager of a diverse workforce, that's a tad interesting, concerning. There's also a comment there that says the next financial year is zero contractor and consultant. So can you explain what that means and what that looks like? So will waste collection and roading now be delivered in-house? And if things are going to be moving, if there is a net, like a zero contracting and consulting, is
Yep, through you,
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, there's two parts to that. I'll take the second one first. What it actually says is for the next financial year, a budget policy position of zero-based contractor and consultancy expenditure will be implemented. So one, it's speaking about the next financial year, not this one. And what it's also speaking about there is that it's zero-based budgeting, which means as a manager, if I intend to use a contractor to deliver a service, the budgeting assumption when we start the draft budget is you've got $0 for contractors you need to justify to the executive, and then through the executive, when we report to council, your expenditure on contractors and consultants is part of the budget. So there's various methodologies that people use for establishing budgets. One that's been common in the public service broadly historically is that last year's actuals become the next year's budget. What we're saying is in that particular case for consultancies and contractors, the budget assumption is zero and you need to bid for that expenditure each and every year. So therefore, something where we have a long-term engagement with a waste contractor, really easy budget bid to make. We've signed a contract that will be delivering that. If I want to use IT consultants ongoing to do different IT projects, there's no assumption that I get money for consultants next year because I got money last year. I need to come and make my case as to what consultants I'm going to use, why I can't do it in-house, how I know I'm getting value for money, and so on before the budget's established. Going back to the first one, I think something that we recognise as we embark on being an employer of choice is professional development opportunities that I think you were getting at are a very important part of attracting and retaining excellent staff. So the scrutiny of spend exercise is not about it's not about bringing those things to zero. It's not about saying we don't spend on them. What it is about, and there's a few other things which fall into it, things like stationery, catering, and so on. There's a whole range of expenses which are little in and of themselves, which if unmonitored and unmanaged very quickly grow to be big in the aggregate. And what we're looking closely at those to make sure that we have clear policy positions. So the way that that money on those things is expended across the organisation is consistent and fair and equitable, to make sure that we're always able to justify essentially the pub test that what we're getting there is value for money, and to make sure that those small items don't collectively get out of control, so to speak. So there's a bit of work being done around our policy position on those, but the policy positions are designed to recognise the importance of these things as well as the potential disbenefits of them. So we're not having a freeze on these things. We're not saying we're not doing them. We're just saying they need to be done the same way across the organisation. That needs to be fair, equitable, and value for money. And this is how we measure that.
If I can further assist the councillor with that, this is all part of the cultural change. So Peter Drucker said some time ago, what's measured improves. And there hasn't been a light shone on some of these issues. So it's just been business as usual. That last year's budget becomes this year's budget. So next year that doesn't work for me. Everyone wants a balanced budget. Everybody wants a small surplus that we can start to reinvest into the community. So that means what was okay last year is not okay next year. So shine a light on some of these things and start to get people to understand that there are little savings that cumulatively are going to enable us to get to where we all want to be. There's going to be a further iteration of the Squirrel program, including one that looks a bit like Sherlock Holmes. So, I've got a brilliant comms team who are pulling that together and really trying to, in a light-hearted way, remind people all the time that everyone has a role to play in financial sustainability. It is not the responsibility of the finance or the corporate performance team.
I have a follow-up to that. Thank you for your detailed explanation. Words on a page are black and white. So I've read net financial year zero contract consultancy. But what you're actually saying, it's about project management, proposals, budgeting, 101, all of that kind of thing. So perhaps in the next report on that, just be a bit more specific. Just be mindful of the language, I guess. And I have another question on that plan as well. the service review, and I'm sorry I didn't get the number, but it's the services review. So services review can be interpreted as productivity savings, and this has been pointed out to me from lots of my networks about productivity savings. So can you provide more detail of what is the intent and expected outcomes of the services review? Okay, I'll just go number one at a time.
Yep. So through you, Madam Mayor, the service review functionality falls out as a subset of what AREC is responsible for in its improvement banner. What I would say is there are different views across the industry of necessarily what a service review is and what it looks like, and they can sometimes be tasked to deliver different outcomes. So a broad, all-encompassing service review would look at how the service is provided. Is it provided in a efficient and productive manner? Does it meet the needs of the ratepayers? And things like that. That is also a very long and deep exercise, and there are best practice frameworks in the industry that include public consultation and things like that. It's a rather large investment, and quite often results in an answer that everybody would like better, and we actually need to spend more money to deliver this service. We've done a couple of pilot service reviews, and we've got a couple of targeted ones underway at the moment that are there for specific reasons, and there's different reasons that we will target a service review at different services. So for instance, we've recently undertaken a review on the DA process. That is around outcomes, so it's not focused on saving money. It's not focused on outsourcing or insourcing or things like that. It is focused on how do we deliver best outcomes from that service within the framework that we have to participate in. Our reviews that we do on other services, though, might be about how do we save money in a particular service if we have a service that we don't think is efficient. It may be if we have a service that doesn't meet customer expectations, and we may do a service review to say how do we meet customer expectations on this service. So there's no one answer. One of the things we're working on internally, and I've been having conversations with the corporate performance team for, in line with sort of lean principles, is how do we get 80% of the outcome in service reviews for 20% of the work? Because we have effectively one internal resource who can conduct them. They also have a bunch of other roles that they do, and we have a lot of services to review. If we're to do 1 or 2 a year, it's going to take us many years to get to all of them. But there is probably a very small subset of the total service review framework that delivers most of the result. And that's what we want to target. How do we get most of the result for a little bit of the effort? We can come back and do the deep dives later. We can look for the high level rewards first.
Thank you. Second part of that, when will the entire review be complete?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're required under the Act and the guidelines to continuously undertake service reviews, so they will never be complete. We will always be undertaking a subset of services in any given year. Very much like an internal audit program, they will be based on a risk assessment on risk versus reward. So there may be services within council that have a very over any 12-month period.
So I remember we got a list of all those services reviews, so that is just going to be never completed as such. You can't draw a line in the sand and say all of these lists were done. It's just going to be continuous improvement, which makes sense. And then you mentioned about the legislation. So if it's in the legislation that says you must do continuous service review, one should ask the question, why do you specifically have to have this service review? Why was it not done before? Or was it done in a different format?
Through you, Madam Mayor, this council has undertaken service reviews in the past under a number of different guises, both in-house and outsourced service reviews. So, and many councils across the state did. It's very similar to the whole Audit Risk and Improvement Committee framework. It was previously not prioritised list of here's what forward service reviews would look like if we were to get through all of them. But what I would say is as we enter into each new financial year and have a look at what that program looks like, there's going to be things that we want to bring forward, like I said, because that's where we need the best bang for buck for our ratepayers. If we're investing money and doing the reviews, we need to be doing the reviews that we think will give the ratepayers the best reward, not just the ones that it's their turn because they haven't had a turn for 4 years or so on, and hence why we reprioritise that program every year like we do a number of our programs.
Thank you for that. And the third question, I think I can answer myself, I'm pretty sure, but I'll put it out there anyway. When can the organisation and the community expect to see results? I mean, the answer is continuous. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we've already seen results for the service reviews that we've already done. We're already, even though it's not necessarily complete, we're already seeing results right now in the planning space. We've undertaken some recruitment in line with the recommendations made out of that review. We did the pilot service review as a customer service review. There have already been improvements to our customer service made off the back of those reviews. And interestingly enough, one of the things that I found interesting during the previous administration under Craig Milburn, I'd been involved in the service review program that had been done under David Rawlings. A number of the recommendations that were made by that program were implemented during the following administration, and we've seen improvements from those as well. So, yeah, we continuously see these recommendations get made, they get adopted by the executive, they get tracked and implemented as part of our future operating plan. So there are things that you are seeing in these operating plans and financial sustainability program that are outcomes of prior service reviews.
Copy that. And point 13 is around the rate review. And this one was really highly contentious, red flags, lots of angst around that. So the rate review was an important action following the SRV, and it was really associated with the fact that the value of general prices increased, not value of general values increased people's properties. Now we've just had another one this year. So the question around that, the rate review, the rate category review, is what has been achieved to date in that review process?
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. That's a piece of work that is still in progress at the moment. Something that's really important to highlight there is an increase in your valuation by the valuer general does not automatically create an increase in your rates. If the valuer general was to revalue everybody's properties today and they all doubled, universally, everybody's rates would remain the same. What those revaluations change is the way that the pie gets spread, because councils are constrained that we have to deliver this much revenue by rates. That's what the limit that OLG and IPART set. We then divide that up by land value. So if Crescent Head's land values go up by 25% and Kempsey's go down by 25%, then yes, you'll see some of that pie will shift to Crescent Head. But it's that real relativity between the changes in land values that that affects people's rates, and particularly what we have seen in places like Crescent Head is where that relativity even across the same suburb is not the same. So some properties go down, some properties go up within the same suburb. So we've undertaken some work in that space to do some modelling with an external consultant. We're currently working through that modelling to determine what recommendations that means we make to council, and whether or not that is recommendations to take some action or no action, whether that is to do some public consultation or so on. That's something that we're working through at the moment, but we haven't finished that body of work yet.
Thank you. That sort of leads to the second lot of questions. Yeah, I mean, my question wasn't around, the impact of the value the review. The fact was that it did, and as a result of that, Steve Mitchell, when he was in, and four of us that were here in the room plus yourself, we did have that discussion around talking about an additional category for those people. So that's what my questions are around. But thanks for the explanation on the VG stuff. When is it? Okay, so you mentioned modelling. When is it expected to be delivered or complete and delivered?
I would expect that will influence the revenue policy that we put before council in the next financial year. So we've got a revenue policy on public exhibition for this year that does not incorporate any changes that have been by that review. I expect that review will drive changes in the following revenue policy.
You say in the revenue policy, oh yeah, there's categories in there. So you mean that, right, there could be subcategories. Right, copy that. Is a community engagement and a communications plan being prepared as part of that review?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that will exactly what that looks like is something we're talking about at the moment. That will depend on what recommendations we make coming out the other end. One of the things that's really important, we need to certainly communicate the outcomes no matter what. What's important if we're going to engage with the community on the outcomes is that we're engaging on something the community can influence. So one of the questions we're asking at the moment is, what do those next steps look like? is there an opportunity for the community to influence those next steps other than the submissions they make on the revenue policy and our IPNR documents? Or if there's not, then how do we communicate the outcomes from that? So they're things that we're talking through right now. That's a live issue.
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, communicate outputs, definitely that's part of a communication plan, but communicating inputs is also part of that as well. So that's part of that question. Will that be part of that undertaking of that work as well, as community input into that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, unfortunately, the inputs are constrained by the legislation. So that's what I'm saying. There's no point in engaging on necessarily how do we categorise you, because the legislation dictates how we can categorise people. The community can't influence that. There might be options that we can take. Some of those might have really clear engagement outcomes for us. For instance, if the outcome was that changing this input would increase residential rates, I'm pretty certain that we don't need to engage on that to know what the answer from residents is going to be. And I think that the response that we got, if we were to engage on it, would probably set an incorrect perception with residents that we were actually considering an option that increased that. So that's what we're working through at the moment. What I can probably say is that there is no outcome to changing our rates modelling that does not have
to a question about the capacity to pay. So we did the capacity to pay for the SRV, and then IPART did an assessment on the capacity to pay, which was a little bit they didn't quite line up. So you sort of mentioned that the legislation doesn't necessarily allow for the community to have input into the process. However, does that capacity to pay, will that be part of that review process?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, there are two principles which underline the review that we're undertaking. One of them is the first thing that you spoke to, which is equity. The cost to service particular communities needs to be taken into account when setting their rates. And then the second part that needs to be taken into account is that community's capacity to pay those rates. So they're the two factors that we are taking into account in undertaking the review.
Can councillors expect to provide input via a workshop? Or let me rephrase that. Can councillors expect to be part of the IPNA2 suite of consultation as part of this process?
Through you, Madam Mayor, as I was saying, the opportunities to consult on it are still a live issue at the moment. So I'd be interested in understanding better what view councillors might have as to what their potential input to that could be.
Okay. Is it up to councillors to approve the recommendation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes. If we change our revenue policy and how we derive rates, that is a decision that council needs to make. That cannot be delegated. It will be a resolution of council.
Okay, well then that answers my question. Well then, yes, I would expect to have some form of engagement within that suite of those IAP category, IAP2 categories, for which, whether you inform, brief, consult, collaborate.
In those
that's great. I got that answer. Yes. Yeah. And will it be and so at the end of that entire process, you've done the review, councillors have participated of sorts. Will it then go out onto public display?
Through you, Madam Mayor, at the very minimum, the revenue policy that results from the process will need to be publicly exhibited for public notification. Yes, that's the minimum that needs to happen.
And so it's probably a question for CEO Mr. Medal. Is this a priority piece of work at the moment?
Yeah, so unfortunately, the consultants that we'd engaged, it's quite a specialist field. The consultant who was engaged within the team that we had a contract with has been unwell, and so it's led to a delay in getting this work back to us. I'm hopeful that you will have it very early in the new year, and then we need to find a mechanism to discuss it.
Copy that. No more questions. Thank you.
Councillor Coburn.
I actually wanted to speak to this report. I want to contextualise it from a community perspective. So I think the corporate performance report is probably one of the most important reports we received during the year because it gives us a genuine snapshot of where the organisation is actually heading financially, not just where we hope it is heading. And to be fair, there are some positive signs in the report that deserve recognition. Sorry, I've gone too quick up my page. I'll come back. Sorry. The projected consolidated result has an improved forecast surplus of 12.1 million, and the general fund has improved from the projected deficit position to a projected surplus of around 2.9 million. Council also continues to maintain strong investment and cash holdings, with investment sitting at around 173 million as at April 2026. And we've had an explanation around the controls that sit in regard to what's tied and what is available. So while the headline figure appears very large, the genuine flexible portion available to support the general fund and everyday operational pressures is significantly smaller. That tells us that the organisation has clearly worked hard to stabilise parts of its financial position during a very difficult economic period, and I think the staff deserve temporary. And that matters enormously for our community, because while the short-term position has improved, the report itself openly identifies the ongoing pressures from inflation, rising construction costs, wage growth, cybersecurity requirements, and increasing operational expenses. Those pressures are not going to go away next year. In fact, they're likely to continue for the next decade. And that is the reality we need to be honest with our ratepayers about. Now, one of the clearest examples of this in the report is the capital program. This quarter alone, Council reduced planned capital expenditure by approximately 26.3 million, bringing the capital works project down to around 85.7 million. Now, that's not a minor adjustment. That's a major portion of the operational plan effectively being pushed into future years because Council does not currently have that delivery capacity, supply chain certainty, workforce availability, or project readiness to deliver what was originally promised. Now, politically, some people might try to frame that negatively, but financially, I think it reflects a degree of realism entering the organisation, because there's no value in councils continuing to announce oversized capital programs that cannot physically be delivered. The report itself acknowledges that future budgets may need to continue pushing expenditure into outer years just to keep the capital budget achievable. That's a very significant statement, because what we are seeing is not just a financial issue, we're seeing a delivery issue. The community keeps hearing about record capital programs, massive investment pipelines, and long-term infrastructure commitments, but Q3 tells us a very different story. Projects are slipping, budgets are moving, programs are being rephased, borrowings are still increasing, and the infrastructure backlog remains above benchmark. Meanwhile, only 9 out of 164 operational plan actions are listed as completed by the end of Q3. Now, again, this isn't criticism of staff. Staff are clearly under enormous pressure. But this chamber needs to stop pretending that the issue is simply not enough revenue, because the report sheerly closed that the challenge is much broader than that. I'll have to skip through some of what I wanted to say. Despite the years of financial sustainability discussion, the report openly states that approximately $1.3 million in identified savings are largely one-off, linked to vacancies rather than permanent structural reform. Deferred projects are not savings, and pushing expenditure into future years does not remove the liability. It simply transfers the pressure forward, and eventually that pressure lands back on ratepayers. And this is where I think we need to be very honest with the community, because families across Kempsey Shire are already under financial pressure themselves. And at the same time, councils are paying dramatically more to deliver. So there's pressure on both sides.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. One thing I would say in response to that is that regional councils aren't becoming under structural challenges with funding. They are under structural challenges with funding, and that's clear from the many inquiries that are within the federal and state government reports on cost shifting, and ever since rate pegging was introduced, we've had these struggles. Councillor Bain.
Yes, I'd like to move a procedural motion, if I may. I'd like to move that we give Councillor Coburn an additional 2 minutes, as I think she's done a lot of work preparing for this, and I would like to hear what she's got to say.
Yeah. Is there any dissent? Oh, do you have a seconder? Sorry. Councillor Wyatt, there's no dissent. Continue, Councillor Coburn.
And if costs continue increasing faster than revenue, councils eventually only have a limited number of choices: deferring projects, reduce services, increase debt, pressure on major operational efficiencies, or increase revenue through rates and charges. That is the uncomfortable reality facing local government right across New South Wales. Now, I don't think this report points us towards some I do think this report points us towards some important things council can do moving forward. Firstly, we need to be more realistic about our capital programming, and that means prioritising core infrastructure over expansion and aligning projects with actual delivery capacity, not simply building oversized wish lists. Secondly, we need stronger asset prioritisation, and I'm just going to have to quickly sort of go through. We need better discipline around grant-funded projects, because while grants are important, every grant-funded asset still creates future maintenance and operational obligations for local ratepayers. So longer-term sustainability requires better procurement, delivery efficiency, smarter asset management. What is that the organisations appears to be confronting these realities earlier rather than later. And financially, that matters enormously, because gradual adjustment is always better than managing financial crisis. And whilst this report isn't saying that everything's fixed, it's also not saying that council is financially failing. What it is saying that council is trying to transition towards a more disciplined, realistic and sustainable financial position while still maintaining services and infrastructure for the community.
Thank you. Is there any more questions or debate on this motion? If not, Councillor Bain, would you like to close debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just very briefly, a couple of things. I'd welcome the comment from Councillor Thorogood about the potential of selling council land as being a sugar hit. It's as a with Scottish ancestry, I was always taught you never sell land because they're not making any more of it. And yet I consider that if there is a proven long-term beneficial outcome for that the funds gained from selling a piece of land are committed to something like affordable housing or something that has long-term benefit for community, I could support in that way. And in terms of thank you, Councillor Pakes, for going through the OP report. But I'd like to just note there were 95 items in that report that are at 75%. Well done. And 9 of them at 100%, and those are the core business as usual things. We've got our financial administration stuff out. We've got our compliance issues. So, while I understand that, we can get down into detail of what council staff are not achieving, we also need to really recommend and acknowledge what council staff are achieving. And I thank the staff and I thank councillors for their input, and I commend this resolution to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. It is unanimous. I now move to item 11.2, loan borrowings, May 2026. This motion comes to us every single year. You might be familiar with it, but do we have a mover? Okay. Otherwise, I'm happy to move it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll move it. You can second it.
Yeah.
And just in opening, the recommendation is that council approves the proposed borrowings for the general fund of 15 million over 20 years, approves the proposed borrowings for the water fund of $10 million for 20 years, and authorises the CEO to accept the loan offer from the institution, providing the most advantageous outcome to council, and authorises the council seal to be affixed to the loan documents. As I stated before, this motion or this report comes to our council every year. It is not something out of the ordinary, but it's important that we do take out loans, particularly for the general fund, so we remain solvent. But I'll allow questions and debate. Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, thank you. I put it out because I have questions. And yeah, last year we approved $10 million in the general fund, and I asked a whole bunch of questions. And I just summarised the answer that I got was basically that the council needed unrestricted cash. It gets low towards the end of financial year due to the late arrival of the FAG grants, and the borrowing is to deliver CapEx in the general fund with 10 million to be used on projects such as waste management and the airport. That was a summary of what I got from last year. And in the 25-26 revenue strategy identified $40 million in borrowings. And then the draft 26-27 revenue policy identifies 70 million. So I don't know if you count those together and you end up with the total there. Now we've been asked to approve 25 million. So my question is this 25 million it is for the 26-27 year, and it's sort of it's not for the 26-27 year. It's for the is this for the 26-27 year?
Can I help?
You can help me,
Council
please.
with this one. So these figures, larger figures than these were what was in your 25-26 budget. They're part of the current year budget. So we said to you at the start of this financial year, we would need to borrow 34 million. I think we said we'd need to borrow. We've gone as far through the year as we can without needing that borrowing. We now are looking to draw down some of that. We've realised that we've done better than anticipated, so we don't need to draw down the full amount from the water fund. So this is for this financial year to keep the lights on, if you like, with the general fund for the last couple of months. It is not future years borrowing, although the impacts will be felt in future years as we make the repayments. So just wanted to be clear, this is a budget allocation that was clear at the start of the financial year, and now we're seeking approval to actually enter into the loan agreements and get your support in that regard for funds you had already.
That's favourable. Can you explain why it is favourable? And should the community feel confident that the loans existing and future can be repaid?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, and I'll just go to the exact definition of our debt service cover ratio for you, if you give me one moment. So, my apologies, I found the wrong page. So, and this is the definition from our annual financial statements. The debt service cover ratio measures the operating cash to service debt, including the interest, the principal, and the lease payments. And our ratio in the last year was 3.9, which meant that we had 3.9 times as much cover as we required to be able to meet our debt repayments. What's probably a more indicative figure is, when we compare our cash and investments, council was carrying $63 million worth of debt at the close of last year in our annual financial statements, obviously compared to nearly 3 times as much of that in investments. Back when I worked in private sector, we would carry twice as much debt as we had cash as a back of envelope number. And hence why I say council is fairly lightly leveraged as far as debt goes compared to the private sector. Obviously, from a fundamental perspective, when I'm running my household budget, debt is bad. I don't want it. So there is a tension that always plays out between where we take on debt and where we don't. But I spoke earlier about those intergenerational equity considerations and the fact that the money that we are borrowing is going to renew assets that are only going to get more expensive to replace in the future, and at a rate that is greater than the interest repayments that we are incurring. So the thing that I guess that's not obvious in that is if we don't take out the money, we will spend more on asset renewal in future than we will spend now, and that will be a bigger number than the debt repayments, and that is why the debt is essentially a good thing in this. Not that we need to utilise it. We keep sufficient cash on hand for our day-to-day operations that we don't need to dig into an overdraft. The borrowings we're talking about here are loans, though, taken on a fixed term as per the report. So Yes, and the only thing probably add to that is, and I might just ask the minute taker, in item 3 to change it to accept the loan offer from T Corp, still being the most advantageous rate as of this morning, in line with what's in the report.
Thank
So
you.
we can just be abundantly clear that that is the offer we are accepting.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. Councillor Pakes.
I hear what you're saying regarding private enterprise and loans, but I suppose some time previously travelled in other countries, Germany specifically, in lots of heavy manufacturing and so on. The biggest advice they gave was to reduce your debt, and that was back in the GFC times of 2009. So for me, I'm very debt averse. I would prefer to have none, and I would prefer that a restructure occurred in regarding what you just described before about a zero budget before you start a project, and then you have to prove that you need the money to create a certain outcome for council service delivery. That is a big change in how council has done business previously for budgeting. I wonder what difference that will make, and my question is, what difference will that make to the amount of debt required to maintain and deliver services as required? So we're at the end of this financial year, we're 25 million short in cash, yet we have reduced our capital delivery program significantly, and it's been written down now to 80 million. So yeah, I'm looking at it in that way. And what do you foresee as being the reduction in the requirement for debt if we get more serious about our projected output versus what it's been forecast for previously?
Mr. Medal.
So our projected debt is what we put forward in next year's revised draft operational plan and the long-term financial plan. It does come down, but it's not a huge step change. It's not like, yeah, we've saved 120 million or whatever, so you can take 120 million out. It's not a 1-for-1 ratio. I think the debt analogy is there's good debt and there's bad debt. And the bad debt is if I can't afford to pay somebody's wages, that's bad debt because council hasn't got its operating budget right. Good debt is when we borrow to build a brand new aquatic facility, and yesterday's ratepayers, today's ratepayers and tomorrow's ratepayers all take a share in that, which means we need to borrow money to make it happen. So I think there's good debt and bad debt, and the path we're on, we'll see a gradual reduction in the amount we need to borrow year on year. Some of this is driven by immediately recent decisions of councils in terms of we're going to spend more on road recovery to get the roads back up to the standard. So we've agreed we're going to borrow money to make that happen. And that's, again, I think, good debt. So there are a number of decisions that have been taken over the longer term that have got us to where we are today. I think everybody's pretty happy that we're at a pivotal time in the future of the council that hard decisions have got to be made, and I hope that next year we come back with a plan for the worst, but then come and ask you for less borrowings than what we've asked for in the next financial year, because again we've provided those in-year savings and adjustments. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, so a supplementary, you referred to specific projects for construction. So what in the general fund and what in the water fund, when a member of the public comes and asks, what are those projects? What's the response that a councillor would give?
So through you, Madam Mayor, I would say the entirety of the $15 million that we're borrowing this year will be spent on the expansion of the Waste Management Centre on Crescent Head Road. So that predominantly is the project that is being funded by that. And although last year's borrowings we were targeting it at both the Waste Management Centre and the airport, predominantly they were also expended on the Waste Management Centre on Cell 4 and leachate treatment, and these ones will now be expended on Cell 5. Within the water and sewer program, that is contributing. Obviously, we've got those plants under construction, Crescent Head coming up, Central Kempsey, Stewart's Point, and predominantly a ton. Sorry, when I said Central Kempsey, I meant Stewart Mac Dam. So the predominance of that money borrowed in the water fund goes into Stewart Mac Dam.
And great answers. That's what I think the community wants to know. And if you're in business, you're obviously borrowing money to create capital, and that's what you are doing, creating capital for generations. That message needs to go to the community. Like when I saw this come up, I was very risk averse. I thought, oh, I don't want to borrow any more money. But hey, if I'm investing in capital, and it's going to be something that's worth more over time, and will be worth more, one, to replace, but two, it'll be a quality infrastructure. I think that's a message we need to give to the public in a palatable way, if that's something to take as a comment.
Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question about the debt service cover ratio. It's on page 20 of the council meeting agenda. So I just need to understand what these. I mean, it's in green, so it looks, I can tell that it's good. But our consolidated debt service cover ratio is 6.9. The benchmark is 2. Can it be explained to me what that indicates and why that's good?
Yep. So that means that the ratio of the income that we are bringing in versus the money we have to spend to pay off debt is 6.9. So we have 6.9 times as much money coming in the door as we need to pay off our debt. The OLG benchmark is we need to have at least twice as much. So essentially the benchmark set by OLG is half of council's income can be apportioned to paying off debt. I'd have to do the math on reversing 6.9 to 1%, but that's where I say we are significantly under leveraged compared to the industry benchmark. I'm not saying I want to be carrying more debt, but I'm also cognizant that we are carrying more debt, much less debt than the industry generally does.
Is there any further debate on this? Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, I just like to put things in a bit of a community perspective. I can see that the water and sewer borrowings are often easier to justify because they're tied to revenue generating utility infrastructure with dedicated income streams. The general fund, though, is different because the general fund debt is ultimately supported by rates, general revenue, fees, grants, and council's overall operating performance. That means the repayment burden lands much more directly on the broader community over time. So unlike grant-funded projects, general fund debt has to be repaid regardless of future economic conditions. So that means that future councils, future operational plans and future ratepayers inherit the repayment obligations over the next 20 years. And if interest rates remain elevated or operating pressures worsen, debt servicing begins consuming more of council's discretionary budget capacity. Because once debt is locked in, the repayments remain whether projects succeed, stall, get delayed or change scope. So I just wanted to make that statement so that community has a bit of an understanding of where that debt lies.
If I can help the councillor with that as well, as per your speech to the previous item, matters that are in the general fund are also grant funded as well. So there's an impact. Sometimes we may not have the cash if we chase after a grant in the year. We might need to borrow to make our cash contribution towards that grant fund. So some of the grants that you will see are in the general fund as well. They're not all in water and sewer or other restricted funds.
And probably just to add some perspective, and it goes to one of why the intergenerational equity argument comes in. And we know we're locking in a 20-year fixed rate. We know what those future payments are right now when we're locking it in. We know what we can model that into our waste charges and recoup that money from future generations in order to pay for their share. Whereas if we fail to do that, then we're at the mercy of whatever the market is for waste disposal from that point forward.
Thanks for that clarification. Thank you.
Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak in favour of the motion. Fantastic that we now have the opportunity to borrow from T Corp. That was in earlier days when I was a councillor, that wasn't an option because we didn't have a stable enough financial position. So that's definitely a sign that things are the ship is turning slowly but surely and towards a better direction. Thank you for that explanation of the debt service cover ratio. I think last meeting I talked about the debt equity ratio, which was like 11.4%, which is very, very low. So we are well within, we would be considered very fiscally conservative in our borrowings, even like definitely compared to private enterprise, but also compared to other local government areas. I would usually have said this when the item's to exception, but I thought I'd save it for this one and throw it in. Isn't it fantastic that looking at our that we're exceeding the benchmark on our investments and budget allocation, so that income continues to exceed benchmarks. Beautiful graph. I love it I can't remember what, on the statement of cash and investments page. No, it doesn't matter. But yeah, and also make the point of information that we got that last council meeting, that our income from investments is 6.2 million. Our expenditure on borrowings is 1.9 million. So we're actually, we are in a very good financial position for that. I mean, it could be a lot worse. I'm not saying that we're in a great financial position. I'm just saying that there are certain factors which are positive, and borrowing money is not, in my opinion, is not one of the things that we need to have concern about at this point. In terms of good debt and bad debt and intergenerational equity, there's also, that relates to what I was saying before about selling off public land. There's good and bad ways of selling. Now, if we were to say, right, we don't want to borrow money, let's sell land instead, that ain't going to last very long. Before you know it, the land's gone, and then the sugar hit's gone, and we're not. There's no way forward. So I absolutely do support these borrowings, and fantastic having that locked-in interest rate for 20 years with T Corp. We know where we're going to stand financially, and I also reiterate the point that just because we're resolving to approve this doesn't mean we actually have to draw down on all that money. This is just it's like a fail safe, and yeah, thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. If there's no further debate, I will close it and I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We'll now move to item 11.3, Community Grants Program 25-26, round 2, moved by Councillor Wyatt, seconded by Councillor Coburn. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to open debate?
Yes, thank you. I just pulled this out because I wanted to ask questions. However, thank you for pointing out that it was National Volunteer Week. Was not aware of that. So it runs from the 18th to the 24th of May. And this year's theme was Your Year to Volunteer. So I want to actually take that opportunity to sincerely thank the incredible volunteers across our communities. Volunteers are the quiet achievers. They give their time, skills, compassion, and energy to support others. They really strengthen our community and the connections. They protect the environment, support local events. They care for wildlife and the domestic animals. They're certainly there during emergencies, and we heard that Councillor Matchett's going to step up to that plate, and Councillor Bain is already in that space helping out with emergencies. And volunteers make our towns kinder and more resilient places to live. So we had a tremendous example last night from the Resilience Canopy, particularly the CBD Revitalisation Project, and that's a huge body of work as a volunteer. So to the volunteers, your contribution happens behind the scenes without a lot of recognition or expectation, yet the social impact and the impact is enormous, and they wouldn't function without volunteers. So I thank them for their generosity, their commitment and community spirit. They are very much valued and very much appreciated and respected. And having said that, in relation to the notice of motion before us, I'm really interested in how we can showcase what the recipients of these grants do. So have a couple of questions, please. Is what end of grant reporting? What end of grant reporting is required by the recipients?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the recipients are expected to acquit those grants at the end to provide us evidence that the money that we have provided them with has been expended for the purpose for which the grant has been provided. That's not, they generally don't come back before council, but they do inform assessment of future grants. So you're not eligible to apply for a future round of funding unless you have acquitted your prior ones.
And I'll just previously, myself and other councillors have been invited to the Dragon Boats at Southwest Rocks, been invited to different events by some of the groups who want to showcase what they've done with their grant. So there is opportunity for them to showcase that back to councillors, but also they do promote that themselves.
Yeah, thank you. This is definitely not a criticism of those groups whatsoever. So basically, their end of grant reporting process is a financial acquittal type process.
Yeah, and
in a terms of agreement agreed to process. Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
And then so that goes to my second question, which, is there a showcase type report that is prepared by council other than what's in an annual report?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have previously, but not consistently. I'm open to it. We're currently having a look at the framework at the moment and how the framework goes together. So as part of that review, I am open to considering whether or not we bring that back. Yeah, it's not, we had mixed success at doing it in the past with availability of groups to come and present and things like that. So.
Okay, well, based on that, I have two amendments, which I'll read. We can have it, we can read and then I will send. So an amendment, the council organisation invite recipients to present the outcome of their grant in July 2028 to the outgoing councillors who've approved the allocations for their grants. And it doesn't have to be mandatory, is that they can if they want. And so can I speak to that?
Seconded.
Oh, yeah, okay. You need to outline your amendments.
Yeah. I will just send them through. And then the second amendment is that the council organisation prepare an end of program reporting product that demonstrates transparency, accountability, social impact and community benefit from the community grant program. So that would be like once a council term as well. Yeah, once a council term. So over the past 4 years. So I'll just drop those into an email for, yeah.
You can just accept that as thing. You don't need to. You can speak to them, but the correct procedure might have been to move an alternative motion to start with, because now you're speaking to a motion effectively twice.
Oh no, I don't have to. If I can accept my own amendments, yeah, I will. Hang on a sec. Just let me put them out, and then you can have a think. Then you can see what you think.
Can we have questions?
Don't just start.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Bain.
Can we just clarify that, because I was a little bit confused about the process that was going on there, that my understanding.
No.
My understanding was that Councillor White was speaking to the motion, then stopped, then asked some questions, then put in some amendments. So I just want to know where we are at. Do we restart the 5 minutes and now Councillor White is speaking to her amendments? Is that the correct procedure, or where are we at with that?
Just one moment.
The Dragon Boat event, which is fantastic, and there are often the opportunities for us to go to events during working hours, but that's essentially, it's not compulsory. If council can organise something at the end of our term for the July meeting or the August meeting where they can just showcase their events and what they've got for their grant. And then the second one is that the council organisation prepare an end of program reporting product or products, as in kind of community, as in some kind of case study, a report, a website, videos, whatever that community product looks like, that demonstrates transparency, accountability, social impact and community benefit from the community grant funding program. Because I think that goes towards future councillors and and the community to supporting the great social impact and the benefit of this grants. Other than we have had quite stern criticisms in the past, and all of us in this room have always said, these are highly valued grants for the community to deliver projects that certainly council couldn't. And I'm just seeking an opportunity that is non-compulsory for those people to demonstrate and then for an end of year reporting product. So community engagement product or products, however you choose to do that. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just suggested to the minute taker to make a slight change to your 0.5 to say end of term. When you initially introduced that, you said at the end of the council term you'd like it for the 4 years. So that's just clear to staff when they implement that, that is a once in 4 year report, not an annual report.
Yeah, I think so. I certainly don't want to make you council have to produce something every year. And my question and understanding is this an every year thing?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the program is every year. We also report on it in our annual report every year already. So
yeah,
the underlying detail is there. My feeling is you're looking for something that's a bit more qualitative rather than quantitative. Yeah. So that hence the addition to the end of term report.
Yeah, and I do support the 4 year actually, because I think it's you know, when councillors leave, there is an end of sort of council report. But I think this is a good one too, because we've been sitting at this table approving these. It would be nice to see what we've actually approved and what that looks like as an end product. So yeah, that's what I mean. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Do we have questions? Councillor Pakes?
Yeah, just to the quantity or the number figure of each one, do the organisations apply for that specific figure, or do we grant that number to them based on the pool being 7,500 and we split it relative to the assessment, or how does that work?
Through you, Madam Mayor, depending on the applications we get, it can work either way. The pool is rarely oversubscribed though, so generally people are allocated the amount of money that they have applied for. If we had a round that was oversubscribed, then we might consider offering some people a reduction, you know, not the full amount they have requested. But yeah, in practice, we are providing the amounts that they have applied for.
And with the unsuccessful candidates, is there other grants that they should be applying for? Have they applied for the wrong grant, or is there any sort of a screening process? I know grants can be a very time-consuming process for volunteer organisations, and I know that I've applied for a few over my time, and I do, especially in the light of what we saw last night in the business chamber and how many volunteers are doing fantastic work. Their time is limited, so yeah, is there a direction for the people that were unsuccessful that might be another grant that's useful to them, and so their time isn't wasted, that it might be, you know, reformed into a successful grant?
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor, we do work with unsuccessful applicants about how they may work their grant into a future successful application or a successful application in future rounds. That might be a rework of that grant application. That might be different funding streams that are available to them. That might mean a reallocation of their internal funds to expend their own money on something on this project and apply for something that is eligible where we've deemed their project as being ineligible. So we definitely provide feedback to applicants. And try and work with them so that they put in successful applications in the future. We're generally successful in that space. I think we've only got one person who's put in repeated failed applications.
Councillor Bain.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Question on that 0.5. So I would assume, always a dangerous thing to do, that the financial acquittal of projects demonstrates the transparency and accountability financially. Would it be possible in future, when people are applying, that there was a couple of dot points of what is the social impact and the community benefit, and then that would make that end of term reporting extremely easy?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, that's a good point. Happy to take that on board.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Pakes.
A comment, if I may, just on the bringing successful grant people into community groups. I've done that previously in other organisations, and it is a great way to build rapport between people who may not have contact to council and the whole organisation. It's a great community builder, so I absolutely support that. That's a great idea.
You previously had opportunities for groups to get guidance on grants and things. Is that correct?
Yeah, look, through you, Madam Mayor, we have had both formal and informal opportunities for groups to provide guidance. I think there's been a number of people that the community development team have worked with over the years through this program. I've only ever received positive feedback on the assistance that they have provided people. So yeah, we engage with people both formally and informally. We have had formal grant writing workshops and so on that provide skills that are not just applicable to this program, but to any grant funding program.
Councillor Selby.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'd just like to speak for it. I've seen some of the grants, what they've been spent on and that, especially out the rocks and that. And it's not just here in the Shire that we get benefit from it. As you were talking about before, the dragon boats, the week after we went out for that paddle with them, they went down and represented us, or New South Wales, went to the New South Wales titles and come back with some medals. So, you know, like it's not just local groups.
You would have to procedurally ask the motion to be put. Are you happy to close debate, Councillor Wyatt?
Just confirming, it is that council invites and that they prepare. I'm not asking the people to prepare. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, cool. Yes, I will close debate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. We now move to item 11.5. Almost said 4. DA 26014996 Telecommunications Facility, 76 North Street, West Kempsey. Do we have a mover? Councillor Pakes. Just procedurally, Councillor Lawrence, if you were going to vote against it, you can't move it. Yeah. Seconded Councillor Matchett. Councillor Pakes, would you like to open debate?
Yeah, I'd like to open debate and absolutely applaud that we are getting improved telecommunications infrastructure. To be on a council-owned site is a good thing as well, with the potential benefits to the people of this shire. I know the location and so on. I've had dropouts in that area, and yeah, I hope that the community can see that this is a step forward for them. Yeah, and I put it to councillors to debate at this point, but yeah, I think it's a good thing. We're lucky to have improvements in this space, and it's not everywhere that these improvements are coming. If you travel around Australia, there's plenty of places with black spots that drop out. You only have to travel a little bit north of the roundabout at Fredericton, which this tower may cover. It may throw that in that direction. It's close enough to cover that bit, I would think. So yeah, I think it's a good thing.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes, and I have to concur with you. Connectivity is, I think, in this day and age, part of a standard of living, and I think you shouldn't have to live anywhere within the suburbs of our shire, or like the really populated ones, without mobile reception. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Madam Mayor, I've had some very positive feedback on this proposal, so I hope Council can get behind that and allow our community to have better connections.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Lawrence, you had some points of clarification on this motion. Would you like to ask those again or clarify with staff?
I just had a speech and then leading into a question. Do you want me to speak to it now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Whatever makes you happy.
So I guess I just want to start by saying I absolutely support improved telecommunications across the Shire. Reliable mobile coverage is critical for community safety, connectivity and economic opportunity, particularly in regional areas like ours. However, I do not feel comfortable supporting this item in its current form. There are some clear errors in the report that need to be addressed before we make a decision on the significance. As I mentioned earlier, I note references to locations such as Cameron Park and Thurgoona within the document, which are clearly not within our local government area. That raises real concerns for me about the accuracy and quality assurance of the report as a whole. If those types of errors exist, it is reasonable to suggest that other information may require clarification or correction before we rely on it for decision making. I also think it is important that we have a clearer understanding on the broader telecommunication strategy across the Macleay. There are a number of areas across the community that continue to experience poor coverage, and I would like to see information about how those areas are being addressed, not just a single site in isolation. It was noted in the report that other sites were considered, and I believe it is important that council is provided with the information so we can understand why this site has been selected over others and what the broader rollout looks like moving forward. We also need clarity around what this tower will actually deliver in real terms, what kilometres or coverage area will be improved, and which parts of the community will benefit. Understanding that partially impact in critical is making an informed decision. In addition to that, I would like clarification on the orientation of the tower, whether the signal is directed towards the residential areas where improvement is needed, given that there is land behind this site, is predominantly agricultural. This is an important planning consideration in terms of achieving the intended outcome. In relation to other concerns, particularly around the school and surrounding agricultural land, I believe we need to have more clarity on the actual impact. I also note comments regarding engagement with the school, where it was initially indicated that contact had not occurred and then later suggested it had been. I would appreciate clear confirmation of the engagement before the decision is made. While I note the report EME level is approximately 1.07% of the allowable exposure limit and therefore well below Australian safety standards, as it's mentioned in the report, it is essential that we present this information clearly, accurately and transparently to the community, can have a confidence in the outcome. It is not about opposing this project. It is about ensuring we are making a fully informed, defensible decision as a council. For those reasons, I would like to move that this item be deferred to allow correction and verification of the report, clarification of alternative sites and broader network planning across the Macleay, further information on coverage outcomes, including the area of communities that will benefit, confirmation of signal direction and effectiveness related to residential areas, clarification of community engagement, particularly with the school. I believe taking the time to get this right is ultimately strengthen both the decision and the community in confidence. I also note that advice had been provided by Mr. Hood earlier that the deferral would be acceptable. Can you confirm? Thank you.
So I would reiterate to councillors that this is related to a development application. There's a lot of matters raised there which are not material planning considerations. So a lot of those matters are matters for the proponent, not the council to decide who gets coverage and who doesn't. For instance, I have, in answer to your question, received confirmation from the group manager for development and compliance that the school were consulted. They were physically sent a letter. They were included. My apologies for the earlier confusion on that issue. You pointed out errors in the report, councillor. Are they errors in the report from the officer or errors in the attachments? So the attachments are supplied by the proponent, and then assessment has been undertaken by the staff member. So the staff member's assessment is what is under consideration today rather than the attachment. The attachment provides you with additional information and context, and it's unfortunate that there are errors in that. I don't know, Mr. Hood, whether you have anything that you'd like to add. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would only add to that is under the new Code of Meeting Practice, this is probably the first DA that councillors have considered since the rules have changed. So to be clear, if we are to move a alternate motion to the recommendation, it would need to include the planning grounds on which we're deferring.
Can I just have a procedural motion to move to committee of the whole, because I've got a lot of questions now. So I want to ask Councillor some questions. And
Councillor White has a motion to move in committee. Does she have a seconder? Councillor Bain, is there any dissent? There's no dissenting. We're now in committee of a whole. This is not for debate. This is for asking questions. So please refrain from making speeches that you would make in open council. Just seek clarification on the matter. Councillor White, you have questions. Councillor Selby, you also have questions, and Councillor Baines, you also have questions. And so you have questions.
It's probably more of a statement, so it may be better for outside of the community hall. It's actually a point of clarification. Am I allowed? Just to, confirm that in their SEE report document on pages 13 and 14, they do outline the sites that were considered and some of the sites that were considered but weren't ultimately progressed forwards. So I feel like a lot of that information is in fact covered. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. I'll go to Councillor Selby, and then I've got Bain and White who also would like questions.
Mine is just a sort of clarification on it. Councillor Lawrence said which directions are going to go. Like all towers, they're 360 degrees. They don't go in any set direction. It's right around. It's a full coverage.
Not projecting straight to your house, Councillor Selby.
Yeah, well, no, well it is. 360. It's heading for everybody. So.
Thank you, Councillor Selby. I'll go Councillor White and Councillor Bain.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to, can you please, Councillor Lawrence, you had quite a good list of why you wanted to defer. I didn't catch it. Could you repeat slowly, please?
Yeah. Just going back to about what Councillor Selby said, I understand that, but there's also a radius in terms of kilometres on where it's going to reach. That's why I'm saying is like we've got a lot of broader issues across the Macleay. So, you know, are we working towards where those black spots are? Do you know what I mean? Like, are they going to be? Is the team working with them to do other towers? Like, what's that look like? So I'm just thinking. Obviously, I know this is a single DA that's come to us, but there's also like errors in the document. I know that the report obviously isn't the council report that was put to us, but it's also attachments and it's still got errors in it. So why would I approve something if it hasn't got the right information, even though it's an attachment? We still rely on that information. So yeah, the points that I'd made was around the correction and the verification of the report, obviously noting it's an attachment. Clarification of the alternative sites. Obviously, Councillor Matchett just mentioned that there is obviously on page 12, I think it is, that it does state that. But also, I would like to know the networking planning across the Macleay as a whole. I know, and I'm not sure whether the team are working with this company in terms of them partnering or Optus to make signal better. Because I know, you know, Bellbrook, for example, they've got no Optus connection up there at all. It's only Telstra. So, you know, what does that look like in terms of, are they looking to put an Optus tower up there as well to support the signal for that? Yeah, and then we've got further information on coverage outcomes, including the area and communities that will benefit. Obviously, it's there in West Kempsey, but what's like the kilometre, do you know what I mean? Like, is it going to cover Fredericton area to support that? And then obviously the point I made around the engagement with the community and around the school, and obviously that was just clarified by Mr. Metal, so that there was engagement with them.
Thank you. Can I ask another question? Thank you for picking that up. That's a really good pickup, those two things, because for me, that sort of raised a little bit of a red flag, and I think this is where you're coming from as well, is this a desktop exercise and they've failed to go through and said, just change camera? And I mean, it's minor, but then does that go to, well, am I now confident that the mitigation measures that you said is not just a tick and flick as well? Is that where you're coming from?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And I have a follow-up question to perhaps Director Hood. Is that or Thorogood, is that a reason for no, she's not proposing to refuse, she's proposing to defer. The reason that, I mean, is that a legitimate reason, is that the report has listed the wrong town and the wrong place, and therefore we can question the confidence that the rest of the document, it's undermining the integrity. Is that a reason?
So if I can help with that particular question, the officer report is what you're considering and their recommendation. The attachment is information. I would be happy that the officer has done their due diligence. It's the officer that you're seeking to trust, because they will have gone through and asked questions finessed their response in terms of getting to this particular place rather than the attachment that was submitted by the applicant. We regularly get items which are submitted that aren't 100% correct, and then there's discussions between officers and the applicant to ensure that by the time a decision is made and the conditions are applied, that there is clarity. In terms of the items that Councillor Lawrence has raised, the radius and range of the tower, the alternative locations, networking, coverage outcomes, the impact of the signal are not matters for development assessment. A lot of these things are federally regulated, and so councils in determination of telecommunications information and applications have to assume that the applicant is acting as Parliament intended when it set out the regulations for the telecommunications industry. They're all valid concerns because we know we haven't got great coverage. I was on the phone to Magda the other day on the Pacific Motorway at Kempsey, and there's a black spot there. But they are separate to the consideration of this particular DA. I hope that helps.
Yeah, it does, because my other line of questioning was going to be around the legislation, and I thought that the Telecommunications Act overrode a lot of things. I mean, I know it does in my work space, it overloads. So, is that what you're implying by that answer?
I was implying that if somebody proposed to put a tower in a particular location under the telecommunications requirements now, there can be no impact by virtue of electromagnetic emission from the tower because that's a federally regulated standard. I don't know if it was the same in Australia when mobile phones first came out, but every single tower was subject to significant challenge by the local community over concerns for radiation. So governments across the world upped and found standards that protected public health, and they're now pretty much settled worldwide. And Australia is part of that situation where those telecoms providers meet the standards required at a federal level.
And through you, Madam Mayor, just something I can add to that. The thing that triggers the requirement for a development application in this case is the tower. Were the same facilities to be fitted to an existing building or an existing tower, then the same application process is not necessary. It's the tower which triggers the need for a DA. The actual mobile phone infrastructure is considered a low impact facility. In the absence of a tower, they can just install it without any consent whatsoever.
So low impact being that they comply with those international and national standards around emissions. Yeah,
correct. With
that
the
makes sense.
federal government standards for low impact facilities.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so just one other question on the state of environmental effects. So yes, there is a list of alternative sites there, and then there's a discussion around the preferred site. So is there no requirement in the state of the Cs to actually do a detailed assessment of each alternative site like there is in an RAF, for example?
No,
am I missing something?
That's not the case because the location of sites is often purely driven by the proponent of the site. They may only have access to one site because they're looking for the best possible coverage. That's going to be their driver rather than which one would have the least environmental impact or which one would be the cheapest to build. Generally, they're looking for the site that provides the best coverage.
So then by default, that I really don't have to do an assessment to say, for example, site J is not suitable for X, Y, and Z because their actual preferred option is what they've given. So there is actually no requirement to do analysis of non-preferred sites. That's it. Thanks.
Councillor Bain.
Yeah, my question was where were those references to? I've been looking through, can't find references to those other.
They're in the attachment.
But there's a very, very strange map on page 12. Like it's yeah, no, page 13 and 14. Do they have the inaccurate names? No. Okay. But I get what you're saying, that What we're doing is the DA is the tower, not the mobile, not the network stuff. So, yep, got it. Yeah, my question is moot.
Councillor Wyatt?
I just found one of them. I just did. It says on page 7. It just says that the facility is being proposed to improve Optus mobile servers in the Cameron Park area. It's on page 7. Yeah. And I can't, and I don't know what the other name was. What was the other name?
So the Guna.
The Guna, and it's in the document control table.
Okay.
Yeah. Councillor Matchett?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest we move out of the committee of the whole, because I feel like the only way that we could vote against this is on development grounds, and I haven't heard any discussion on development grounds on which we would deny this. So I suggest we go out of committee.
Do you have a seconder?
I second that, Madam Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Saul. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We're back in open council. Councillor Pakes,
Can I put the motion?
do you have a seconder that the motion be put? Councillor Selby, is there any dissent? There is one dissenting. I'll now put the motion. There's 7-2. It's still unanimous. So the motion will now be put. Is there any dissent against this motion?
But time, I was just making sure that I was able to make an informed decision.
Did I suggest that? Well, what I apologise if that was the impression I got. What I was trying to make clear is the only grounds in which we could deny this is on development grounds. That was made clear to us by the staff. There hasn't been any discussion on which development grounds we could deny this. I kind of feel like we're going round in circles. It's nearly 1 o'clock and we're barely halfway through the slate. And unless there's debate to be had, my preference is to keep moving.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. And I will note that it was 7-2 to come out of committee, and there was only 2 dissenting that the motion be put. I just want that to be made clear. I think we're all getting a little bit tired, and it is getting to 1 o'clock. So I will adjourn for lunch until 2 p.m.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. I don't think we've actually put that motion.
Oh, okay. All right. No, sorry. Well, put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is one dissenting. I will now adjourn for lunch until 2 p.m.
Do we need a motion to go past 1 o'clock?
No, we're not anymore.
Like the cows that have longer legs on one side.
All right, it's 2:00, councillors, staff, and all those watching. We're back for council. We are now moving towards item 11.11, but just needed a point of clarity on our last motion, which was 11.5. Councillor White, I believe you wanted to dissent against that item.
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought I did. There was three things quickly. So yes, please, I do want to.
You don't need to clarify. You just need to state yes or no.
Copy that.
So can you please note that in the minutes, please, minute taker. We're now up to item 11.11, development activity and LEP variations, quarterly snapshot. Third quarter. Is it snapshot or snapshot?
Photo.
All right, it's just incorrect in the minutes, but that's okay. On the report, but that's okay. Do we have a mover?
Oh, I pulled it out, so I'm happy to move it. Yes.
Councillor White, seconded Councillor Pakes. Councillor White, if you'd like to open debate.
I will just, in the interest of time, say yes, I will open debate because I just have some questions that I would like to ask, please. So my first question is just a confirmation. So a confirmation of my understanding. So please confirm that the new process issues a refusal if the applicant has not submitted all of the reports and the paperwork. Previously, those applications would have remained open until the DA satisfied all that criteria.
I guess there's still avenues for that to be addressed and for that to be open. The direction within the team is to be, I guess, a bit stricter in that requirement to make sure that the application meets everything that needs to meet. So there's, I guess, more impetus and support to the team to do that rather than just leave things hanging. If that answers your question, but it's not completely black and white.
Yeah, it does. Is there duly made? Is there in some legislation there's a thing called duly made? So that does make sense. Okay, so is the new process that's kind of being implemented, is that resulting in the improved statistics, or is it that the applications are being processed better, quicker?
Yeah, it's probably, I mean, it would contribute. It's not the whole story, because obviously anything that is there and the clock is ticking is part of the time it's taking to assess that application. So if something was pushed back, it's going to come back at a later time. It's still going to have to go through that assessment process. So it's not the whole story, but it would be helping.
Okay, I get my questions then. I mean, what I'm really after looking at then is how is the review process progressing? So there was a commitment. I think through a notice of motion, there's a commitment in the CEO's performance. You've had meetings, breakfast, that kind of thing. I'm just after an update on how that DA review process is going.
Thank you. Yes, so we engaged Strategic Perceptions late last year to do an external review of the development assessment team and the wider development team, and a review of the action plan that the group manager for development and compliance had already worked through. They commenced work early this year. There's been a series of meetings with staff across the organisation, not just DA staff. There's been a workshop with planning agents who regularly submit work to us to understand where they're finding difficulties with our processes and procedures. There's been a meeting with ELT to understand our side and views of what's going on and our ideas for solutions with them. We have now got a draft of the report, and once we have been through that and are happy with the content, that will then become a finalised report, which will have its action plan and a whole range of activities that need to be undertaken to improve the service further. The commitment from the provider is that will all be complete by the end of May.
That's excellent.
2026.
Yeah. That's really good. Will we get to have a look at our draft, or that came from council that stated that council has engaged a consultant to undertake that review? What is the scope of that consultancy? And you've just answered that question. So that email, as my understanding, was in relation to what you just talked about inviting people, planners and developers and consultants that work in that space to participate in that consultancy. Is that correct? Yeah.
Councillor Pakes.
My question's around the CDCs. Now, I know they're not included in the figures, but do you have any reflection on what type of developments they are? Are they mainly sheds or pools or minor extensions? Does council receive any feedback on that?
We would have all that data, but I'd have to compile it together. I'd have to take that on notice and compile it together.
And another specific question about maximum possible flood heights has been something that's been a delay for some. I've had people contact me and ask me questions about this maximum possible flood height for access. Now, just that whole concept throws up lots of implications in flood influence and so on, but it also throws up big time extensions to how long it takes for DAs to be approved, because there's a to and fro of the concept, and it's not a quicker version. Is the planning team developing an approach to that to make it more, I'm not going to say developer friendly, but I'm going to say development friendly, not so much to whoever it is. It's just more that it still allows development in certain locations, which aids these numbers. If it's quicker to get through the process, well, that's what the aim is, isn't it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Blakes, if you're talking about the processing time to consider those factors, then yeah, there has been a couple just recently that I guess have taken a little bit longer, because part of the assessment of those factors the team would then use as a precedent for similar application in the future. So my expectation is that similar applications of that nature will be processed quicker. In terms of what's allowed, not allowed, that kind of thing, that's I guess a separate question, which I would have to take on notice as to the impacts of that.
So if you've developed a precedence position, is that something that could be communicated to councillors so we understand that that's, because these questions aren't that new, but it would be nice to know the information so you can say, hey, this is what happened in this case, and this is how we think. Not that it's our position to do that, but yeah, it's definitely information relevant to anywhere between, the levee bank at the Shell service station, all the way to South West Rocks, all the way to Smithtown, all those places. So yeah, it's still people want to spend money in those locations.
Yeah, so council's been trying to work through them. The director and the group manager and myself have been trying to tease how we can deal with this issue more in a way that we don't need so much information, and we've taken advice on it, and the legal advice is quite clear that the developer needs to provide the council with that advice. Our role is on the assessment front, so I think our opportunities to improve are about growing our staff, and as they deal with more of these applications, they know what to look for and can deal with them in a more timely manner. In terms of the information we need, that's something that we're moving towards. We're putting together checklists, fact sheets and so on, so that developers know what they need up front. But at the end of the day, I keep coming back to the banging my head against the brick wall that this is a state government planning system that we're having to try and implement locally. And our performance is improving. And then I look at what's happening in the region and everyone else is static or going backwards. The system is not facilitating good or timely outcomes.
Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask a question around the issues around with the planning portal. And it states here that some applications have not been finalised in that system and therefore don't show up in the departmental reporting. It says that council staff are working on clearing the cases with issues and putting process into place to ensure that the data is correct. Is that a large backlog? I'm assuming they're finalised, but they're still sitting in the portal. Is that the correct interpretation?
Yeah, I don't think that relates to items that are finalised and still in the portal. I don't believe that's the case, because I know there are issues where the portal keeps ticking along even though it's not technically with our team to assess. I know there is some discrepancies there, and so part of that is then I guess making those corrections after the fact. I'm not sure if that's the what you're specifically referencing there in the report.
So I don't know if I can help. Historically, there were issues. The state government run the planning portal, and there's no assessment of quality about what goes in, only in terms of have you ticked the box to have submitted the right form, have you put a site plan, ... For some reason, at some stage, the portal was accepting and saying were final or had been adequately submitted items which didn't have all the information and therefore didn't flow on to council. So we were unaware and couldn't begin the processing. I haven't heard anything with that over the last few months, so I'm hoping that the department have sorted that out. So that's what we were flagging, was we've got a series of applications that we know have come in through our green light system, which is what our staff use. The planning portal may have a different system, because there have been applications which had started and been registered but not actually completed and flowed to council.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions?
Sorry, I just had a follow-up question, which I just lost. I just had a follow-up question to my questions. Okay, got it. So you mentioned the review is not going to be not publicly available. Fine, as an internal document. Fine, that's reasonable. So, but will we and councillors and the communities will see changes in systems change or tools, workflow, process that will implement the review, which ultimately delivers better outcomes? So sorry, let me rephrase that. What we will see is an improved workflow or tools or system changes that deliver an improvement. And that could be, copy that.
Yeah, so I'll give you an example of some of the things that have already come out. The consultant have recommended further changes to the development control plan. So while that was on public exhibition, they have come in and said, we suggest doing X, Y, and Z. So we've made that happen already. They had suggested a draft team structure, and because we have vacancies, we've been able to implement that already and recruit to the new team structure rather than just replacing like for like. I'm really hopeful that you will see a whole range of improvements and perhaps a much smaller mailbag on planning matters, because we have shown a significant improvement, but as you heard last night, our reputation is still not where the service would like it to be. I've got a really passionate team of planners who want to be here and work here now. We've got 2 new ones coming in. We've got new development engineers. We've got a team to set us up for success. So putting the structure in place around them and sharing a commitment around how we're going to implement the review, I think is a good way of building camaraderie and getting that team to become high flyers.
Close. Thanks for that. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, can you leave the chairing up to me if that's all right, Councillor Bain?
Yeah, thanks. That's just a question through you, Madam Mayor. I noticed in the CEO's calendar a couple of meetings with David Milliken about the DA health check and the DA health check recommendations. Is this the consultant who's advising on the structural improvements to our planning?
That's correct, David Millican is the officer for strategic perceptions who were successful in getting the contract with us.
Thank you. Is there any further questions or discussion on this? Councillor White, you may close debate.
Well, I will close debate. Thank you. And just make a note that the branding, the reputation and marketing those results, I think that's key to getting the reputation change. It'd be good to sort of, if you had some stewards or champions within the community that have had really good experiences with the DA. So I think that is the next piece of doing something that's a really good review process, is that piece is getting that support in the community and getting those wins on the board through community engagement. So close it. Thank you. Close this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. Councillors, we can't go past 4 p.m. and we have confidential. All right, we're now back in open council and I'll just wait for everyone to stop talking. All right, we're now at 12.1, notice of motion, implementation of transparent councillor information framework. Councillor Coburn, would you like to move? And do you have a seconder? Councillor Bain. Councillor Coburn, you can open debate.
I move this motion because it addresses a very real governance issue that now exists within the way councils across New South Wales are expected to operate. Firstly, I want to be absolutely clear. This motion is not about winding back transparency reforms. It is not about recreating closed-door decision-making, and it's not about challenging the code of meeting practice that this council has adopted. The framework is now in place, we respect it, and we must operate within it. But good governance also requires us to deal honestly with the practical consequences of reform, because the reality is this: at the same time that pre-meeting briefing sessions on agenda items have effectively been prohibited, councillors are still expected to make informed, lawful and financially responsible decisions on increasingly complex matters, and that creates a very real operational gap. We are being asked to determine multi-million-dollar budgets, long-term financial plans, complex development applications, infrastructure priorities, governance risks, legal exposure, and strategic decisions that can affect this community for decades. These are not simple matters. They are not matters that should first be understood at the exact moment a vote is called for in this chamber. The Local Government Act already provides extensive safeguards around transparency and governance. Sections 9 and 10 of the Act already require meetings to be publicly notified and open to the public wherever possible. Section 10A already tightly controls when meetings can be closed. The Act contains misconduct provisions, code of conduct, conflict of interest requirements, disciplinary pathways, ministerial oversight powers, and meeting practice controls. Importantly, Section 360 already gives councils the ability to regulate how meetings and information processes operate through a code of meeting practice. And the code of conduct provisions already prohibit improper influence, unethical conduct, abuse of power, and inappropriate direction of staff. So the legislation already targets misconduct. The legislation already targets secret decision making. The legislation already targets inappropriate behaviour. The issue is never information itself. The issue is how information is managed. And that is exactly why this motion matters. Because if we remove structured information pathways altogether without replacing them with something transparent and compliant, the risks do not disappear. They simply move elsewhere. Information becomes fragmented, councillors receive different levels of understanding, discussion shifts into informal channels, decision-making quality declines, and the public ends up with less visibility, not more. That is not stronger governance, that is governance by confusion. This motion simply asks for a lawful, transparent and structured framework that allows councillors to receive consistent information before decisions are made. Not deliberation, not consensus building, not voting direction, not decision making outside this chamber, just information. And importantly, information that can be publicly visible, properly structured and fully compliant with the code. Transparency is not achieved by making councillors less informed. Transparency is achieved when the community can see how information is shared and how decisions are informed, and that every councillor has equal access to accurate information before voting on behalf of the public. That is what this motion seeks to achieve, because ultimately the community expects two things from us: transparency and competence, and good governance requires both. This motion strikes the balance properly. It protects the intent of the reforms. It supports the principles of the Local Government Act. It maintains transparency. It improves consistency, and it strengthens the quality of decision making within this chamber. This is not a political motion. It is a practical governance motion designed to ensure the system we now operate under works effectively, transparently, and responsibly in practice, not just in theory. I commend the motion to Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions or discussions on this motion?
Councillor Clarence, Campbelltown, Cessnock, Wollongong, Central Coast, Sutherland, Burwood, all got sort of forms of it. I can provide those for you. Like, they've got council workshops covering strategic decisions. They've got a briefing session, a designated briefing and a workshop. They're published. A community can go to them. There are specific committees to deal with all of this. So I think it is established that there is, from what I have found with those forms that I just said that I used. And the common themes across these councils for deciding to go that way was that councillors needed access to information to make informed decisions. Briefings are not that decision making in the meeting, and that many councils do distinguish between workshops, strategic discussions, information sessions, agenda briefings, and professional development sessions. I couldn't have said that better myself from what Councillor Coburn said. That nailed the reason why we need this access to information. A note too in the paper, it says that councillors have already been provided with an updated report template, which provides more information than previous. And I certainly note that, and it's good with that template. And I did show this template to 4 other councils in both regional and metro areas, and I found it quite onerous on councils, because those who don't have that knowledge to operational information, and that some of those councils don't even, there's a super brief. So I'm fine with ours. I'm not going to argue, but I do point to the fact that some other councils have much briefer business papers when councillors put up a notice of motion. One thing I do recommend with our template is just making an amendment around that risk section. And so we had a session workshop actually, where councillors we looked at our appetite for risk. I would sort of like to see that sort of marry into our appetite for risk. Otherwise, it's just subjective based on the author's value and needs. And if I'm writing as a councillor, I'm not at the same table that inside the tent. I'm not at that table. I can only do a risk assessment on my values. So I'd like to see that linking better to the councillor's appetite for risk. I mean, the big issues for me with this is the code is the due diligence and my future liability for decisions that I'm part of. When I studied a Masters of Law a few years ago now, we reviewed case law in New South Wales where councillors were named as defendants in a local environment court matter regarding environmental harm and negligence, and it resulted in a director and a GM being responsible and fined. So I do question, is someone going to come knocking at my door in 10 years time and say, you made this decision? And I'll say, oh yeah, I did. And they'll throw me in the court, say, what did you use to make that? Just what was available to me in black and white without anything else. So I am worried about being able to make a fully informed decision that I am ethically comfortable with. I think councillors must have access to appropriate briefings, informations and subject matter expertise to fulfil our legislative and ethical responsibilities to make informed, robust and defensible decisions in the best interest of the community. Without adequate information and meaningful engagement, the quality, transparency and integrity of our decision making is diminished. And this is not what our communities deserve or expect, particularly what our communities expect. They expect us councillors who are fully empowered to make decisions with full transparency, proper information and informed understanding. We're not expected to govern, or we're not expected to make decisions with kind of one hand tied behind our back sometimes. I asked the question of Lindsay yesterday, because he came and spoke against it, does it give you confidence that we're not having as much information? And he said no. And so for me, it's just about we need to think a bit better around how we can make this code of meeting practice work for us, because I don't think it's working for us. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe you had some
I do
questions.
have some questions. Thank you. I think my computer's about to have a fit. In the administrative comments says, what legal breaches might there be? Who do you think would be bringing those breaches, and who would be the target?
Office for Local Government, they're regularly now monitoring council's procedures and so on, and have it written to councils and inform them that they're checking to see that they're complying.
So sorry that I'm not sure. So then the Office of Local Government would bring us councillors or council to be like.
I would suggest the council will be in this together. Officers will have put in place a system to brief you. That has in other places been warned and told that they're in contravention.
So I wonder how those other councils are operating then, outside the law, possibly.
Yeah, and the Minister made clear he's aware of councils that have chosen to go down that path. That's why he's encouraging councils to stay within the law. From an administration perspective, my comment was pretty forthright. I'm not in disagreement with the position that you find yourselves in terms of getting access to good information. That's become much harder since the changes were made. What I can't find from this is I could put up a framework, but I haven't got enough direction as to what the change is that you're seeking. And I don't know if you all have the same view on what the changes are that you're seeking. We will put in place what you want, but I could do with a really good steer about what the future would look like for you, because this is a significant investment on all of our parts to get to a position where we've got the information to make high quality decisions. If this looks like the Clarence model, where there's a briefing committee of council, that is an extra half day of your time, possibly a day of your time, that we're going to be sitting and rehearsing the council meeting, providing briefings, answering questions. Is that what you had in mind? That's what we're after a bit of clarity on, is where are the gaps in how you access the knowledge you need to fulfill your responsibilities, and how can we help you fill those gaps? Can I also say, while I've got the floor, I'm due on a flight tonight, so I'm going to have to leave the chamber shortly to catch that flight. I had hoped we would be done earlier, but I appreciate business of council takes precedent. So this is not something that Councillor Coburn and I are disagreeing on. I think what we're after is just that clear steer about what you would like to see in that framework, because there are different ways we could skin this cat.
Thank you for that. Mike, can I just put a procedural motion then, based on the fact I'm happy to defer my 12.3 to the next meeting in June, if that satisfies everybody else. That's my procedural motion, and then I still have questions on this, but it's up to you.
At the end of the day, Mr. Metal has to leave imminently.
Yeah.
I'm not confident we'll get to 12.3 anyway. Why don't we seek to do that after we've finished with?
Finish this meeting.
Yeah. That's
okay, cool.
Yeah, because it'll automatically get deferred anyway.
All right, let's move quickly. Well, I think these questions are. Well, how do you know whether you're interpreting clause 3.1 as intended? Is one question. How are other councils interpreting it? What instruction? Yeah. How do you know that you're interpreting 3.1?
Through you, Madam Mayor, apart from
OLG intended.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, apart from face-to-face briefings that myself, I've certainly had in front of Mr. Whitworth, the Deputy Secretary. I believe Mr. Obviously, I've seen the Minister present on the matter as well. The Minister is very explicit on what his expectations are, but OLG have published on their website a position on it. They are quite clear that the 2025 Model Meeting Code prohibits briefing sessions being held to brief councillors on business listed on an agenda. The prohibition on sessions cannot be avoided by holding a briefing session before the agenda has been issued. I'm reading it in brief here. Pre-meeting briefing sessions, whether held before or after the agenda has been issued, are inconsistent with principles of transparency, accountability and public participation. A gathering of councillors will be a pre-meeting briefing session and prohibited if it is convened by staff for the purpose of informing councillors about a matter that they will be required to make a decision on at a future council or committee meeting. A gathering of councillors is not a pre-meeting briefing session if it is convened by staff or the Mayor for the purpose of seeking the views of councillors on a particular matter. Such a gathering could properly be characterised as a workshop. However, workshops should not be held for the purpose of deliberating on or making decisions on matters that should be considered at a formal council or committee meeting. So OLG has issued black and white guidance on exactly what they consider a pre-meeting briefing session to be.
Microphone.
So that is items on a council agenda briefing.
It says it cannot be.
An example is
Yep.
a briefing on the Crescent Head master plan that was just released. That is not on a council agenda yet. It doesn't get on a council agenda till it gets on a council agenda. That's just an example.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the prohibition on pre-meeting briefing sessions cannot be avoided by holding a briefing session on matters to be considered in a meeting before the agenda has been issued. So they've got a catch-all that if you know it will be on a future agenda, it cannot be briefed on.
Then there's the other part of that too, is that the clause also allows for public briefings. Look, I mean, CEO Mr. Medal just outlined a willingness to discuss, but I'm hijacking your notice of motion. But my next question is, the legislation is the law within a legal framework. Policies are the rules or the guiding principles so that you comply with the law, and a procedure is the practical steps for the implementation. What tools specifically are provided in the Local Government Act to deal with the access to information that was previously provided to us as former councillors under this new Code of Meeting Practice? What has changed for there to be a tool within that Act that now help us make informed decisions within the principles of being a councillor? What's changed in the Act? Where's those tools?
It hasn't changed in the Act. What the Minister is referring to is we should place all of the information that councillors need to make a decision in our report that we put before council. So when we come together in this meeting, the report that is put before you should contain all the information that is necessary for a councillor to make a decision. In the event where there are types of decisions that would need more time or more space or so on, then we can form committees. Some councils have various planning committees and so on. So the Minister is referring to us using committees and council meetings as they're intended under the Act. There's no limit on the information that we can put in a report, and if that information is confidential under Section 10A2 of the Act, then we can move that report into confidential and close the doors to consider it. The Minister's view is the information that you're asking us to present in a briefing should be presented in an open meeting, not in a briefing.
Because it says in the papers, it says the Local Government Act provides elected members with the tools. So I was just asking is what new tools, and you said there was none other than that. And I think I would just close by stating that, we're here until 3 o'clock now. Do you believe that the lack of briefings is working, given the fact that Councillor Pakes had quite a large, extensive list of questions to ask? So do you think that the lack of briefings, especially if the briefings, is helpful, working as intended, working to help us make informed? No?
Absolutely not. I have some concerns about the types of question that are being asked. They're not for council meetings generally. They're very operational matters going through a budget line by line. What would be a different vehicle to give Councillor Pakes that information and have that understanding before we sat in the chamber?
Yes.
The flip side of this is, of course, that if we brief and workshop and do everything out of this chamber, and then come together as council, things look like they've just been rubber stamped because you've asked the questions, you've done the thinking, everybody's got to a position. There may not be much debate. So it's finding that balance between rigorous debate, appropriate levels of question, and demonstrating to the council that everybody's done their due diligence. So if I was to provide advice, I would suggest that we note this and perhaps move to holding a workshop for all councillors to be able to discuss what the future looks like. I think we know what Councillor Coburn's intending. I could really do with some way of getting a steer about what future model suits you. Do you want to meet during the day, during the evening? Do you want to meet every Monday night to be briefed? Are we talking an extra meet? What are the subjects that need to be covered? Do we need to change the report template further? There's a whole number of questions. We all agree what's working now is not working. So what does the future look like to a system where all 9 of you are happy with the information that you've got going into the chamber to make decisions for our community? Hope that helps.
Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to speak in favour of the proposal, and noting that points 1, 2 and 3 are just noting and acknowledging and recognising. There's no decision to be made with those. Number 5 is ensuring that any framework is compatible. Number 4 is asking that the Chief Executive Officer develop a framework, which may in local. It was about a huge number of complaints. There was no improvement order. There was no public inquiry or other escalation of matters. So they've just been under the OLG microscope. I don't know if a briefing committee is the way to go. I don't know if an extraordinary council meeting with moving into committee of the whole the day before the council meeting might. I'm just curious. There may be some options. I think it's not up to me to be operational about what options there should be, and I think potentially another workshop that we may need is for councillors to understand the difference between operational and strategic matters, about zooming out from individual matters and looking at overall how we manage flood, stormwater, roads, whatever. But I think this is a step in the right direction. I don't think it's too onerous, so I would ask colleagues to support. Thank you.
Councillor Pakes.
My first question is to you, Mayor Kenny Ring. The JO, is the Clarence Council part of the JO?
They're an associate member.
And have they had any reporting in regards to this matter? Have they had, and is it a question you could ask through that JO connection? Because they're obviously coming across it as being an issue, and they may have some response from OLG.
Mr. Thorogood might like to speak to that, as from my view, while we are a regional organisation of councils, I don't try and run anyone else's council.
My submission I made to OLG on the changes. So despite, sorry if I came across as a bit argumentative with Councillor Wyatt, we're not apart on where we sit on this. If this is passed, it does give us the opportunity to have a look at what some councils are doing. And some councils are doing things with committees that look to be broadly compliant with the Act. The challenge with them is they're essentially setting up second council meetings in as far as the amount of preparation, because a committee has to have an agenda published in advance. All the attachments need to be public. So they set up a lot of cost on the back end. Some of the things you don't see is between Ms. Thomas and Mrs. Webster over there, probably a quarter of their month goes into preparation for this meeting. If you duplicate that, that becomes half, and ELT and all the group managers have a fair amount of time invested as well. So you couldn't add a second council meeting without adding FTE to the structure just because of the amount of work. We can go away though, we can explore that, we can workshop that with councillors within what's proposed here to work out a pathway forward. So yeah, those are not necessarily not compliant, they just might be costly. And also, if you go back to some of the presentations that have previously been provided to councillors in briefing sessions, they contained information that couldn't be made public. So there is information that was previously provided that simply could not be publicised. There's also a level of cut and polish that goes on the presentations that we give behind closed doors that never see the light of day as far as publication go, never needed to be as polished or thoroughly reviewed as something which is going on a public agenda and getting published. So, but these are all things that we can workshop and explore with councillors to work out a pathway forward.
Yeah, I note that you've commented about that anything a councillor should be making a decision on should be included in the report. Well, I probably challenge you on that a 25% number in a column describing what is describing a task of 1 or 2 sentences is a good enough factor to make a decision on for a councillor. I think that's absolutely a slap in the face to be a councillor, and particularly when you got your own eyes and you travel around and you see the jobs and you look at 25%, and particularly like Wes's water, I know it's over 50 to 55%. So are we making decisions on accurate information? That's ultimately the reason for the questions. And I don't mind if they're public. I've got the delivery I give in this chamber versus outside in the public is absolutely no different. They get the same person in this chamber as what they do outside this chamber. So I absolutely have no trouble with any of this stuff being public. Not a problem whatsoever. So if all these briefings are public, not a problem on my behalf. So if the CEO's after direction in that regard, from my position, and I would say that's a common position, that briefings that are public is not a problem. And I would also put the point as a situation like last night, when we had a 3-hour pre-meeting briefing on a totally unrelated topic to today, somewhat, is a bit counterproductive and probably unrealistic, one on staff. I don't think that's fair and reasonable and then just stick staff in here until 4 o'clock on the next day, a full public meeting. I just think that's probably a bit counterproductive. And I take Councillor Lawrence's comment in that regard. No trouble here, but I just think we could do that bit better.
I think to your point, Councillor Pakes, I think the issue from where I'm sitting between what's been raised and the administration is what's been put forward doesn't really make that clear, and there's not a steer of where councillors would like to go. And I don't think there's actually an understanding of what it's actually going to cost. So no matter what, if we're going to do an extra briefing and it's public, or if we're going to do a committee meeting, it's going to add a cost because it's going to take preparation for all of that to come together, and it's going to mean a different kind of commitment from councillors as well. So on top of that as well, it will also mean that the format of which we do things may change. So as Mr. Medal alluded to, if we do things by an open briefing or by committee, these meetings here you would not think would function the same, because you would imagine that all the discussions you needed to have were in that minuted committee or public briefing that you'd already had. So that might change the public perception in how we are also running our meetings. So I think from where people are sitting, everyone wants to be able to make the best decision possible, but what we need to understand is that how that's going to look, I don't think, from my understanding, the motion as it stands is making that clear. Is there an alternative suggestion or that we could put forward?
Well, through you, Madam Mayor, the Chief Executive Officer before he left expressed his, I guess, desire to workshop the matter with councillors. The recommendation as written by Councillor Coburn does not prohibit us from holding a workshop in order to do those things. It simply says that we need to deliver a framework to a future meeting that is designed to do those things. If we need to do a workshop along the pathway to do that, then I don't see anything in that prohibits us from holding that workshop. If we need to consider costs and so on, then the report that comes back to council can consider those costs. So I think what's there is something that we can work within to get to the outcome that we're talking about.
Councillor Pakes?
The other point I'd like to add is this is an opportunity
This might be a second speech.
What? The other question I'd like to ask of Mr. Thorogood, is this an unforeseen cost of a change of code of meeting practice which hasn't been calculated previously, because you haven't actually conducted council meetings in this context? It's an unforeseen cost, unknown to OLG. Would that be?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't necessarily know whether the cost of doing this was lost on the minister when he made the decision. It's more about the transparency principles that underpin that, and the minister's view that what some councils were doing was inconsistent with the transparency principles under the Act. But yes, for us, certainly we had not forecast for the potential cost of fitting what we used to do in briefing sessions into a publicly accessible framework, and that's, as I said, would be a consideration if we brought a report back to council as to whether or not councillors thought that cost was one that was worth incurring.
And I'll make this one into a question too, is that do you think this is an opportunity to show that Kempsey Shire Council is a much more transparent organisation than what it was previously? And I can tell you the public feedback that I receive is that the people that are listening to this are absolutely happy with the way this council is operating in regards to asking questions, holding ELT to account, making positive improvements in the budget. They're all positive signs. But is this not an opportunity to improve our public image and not take away from it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, certainly something like this is an opportunity for us to continue. I wouldn't necessarily say that we have not been operating transparently, at least in transparently, certainly in the way that I operate and the way my colleagues do, or the way that our councillors do. But yes, certainly this could be a transparency measure. There could be other ways of achieving the same outcome that equally raise that transparency, though, as I've discussed, it may be that some of the information that was previously in briefing sessions needs to go into actual reports to council rather than being in a briefing session. So there's a number of ways that we can arrive at that.
Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify, please, for all of us here today, if we do support this to acting CEO, well, today.
We are currently CEO-less.
Director Thurgood, a question to you, sir. If we do adopt this, are we putting a target on our back from the minister?
Through you, Madam Mayor, not for considering what a framework might look like. If we were to adopt a framework that was inconsistent with the minister's expectations, then I would think we would be putting a target on our back. To be frank, if I was to be responsible for putting a framework in front of councillors, I would be seeking OLG's views on it before I did so in any case.
Second question, Mr. Director. So then, would a simple report be the evidence, or this actual motion? What do you suggest we proceed with this?
Through you, Madam Mayor, as I said, I believe that we can get to the outcome that everybody's looking for with the wording that's on the screen here. I don't think it necessarily needs to change.
Thank you.
Councillor White.
Question, yeah. Either Director Thorogood or Director Trotter can answer this question from perspective. So my previous term as councillor, as a couple of us in that room, we had the briefing beforehand, and the instruction was pretty clear from the former CEO. This is no questions asked. This is we're preparing you to go through that paper tomorrow. And if you have questions in this, you will ask tomorrow. That was former. And then when this came in, or even just with the new council, actually, those briefings turned into a bit of more about a debate and a question and answer. Is that your perception of that as well? So beforehand, it was just an information session to help councillors understand the paper, and the one that we ended up with this new council was more about that meeting before the meeting to ask questions and decisions. And that's where I see is the problem. Is that your perception?
Mr. Hood was a GM previously, so he might have some good perspectives.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. That was exactly what my previous council, where I was general manager, that's what we used the briefings for. And it was very clear that where it got into, I guess, discussion on the content, that was held up, saved for the meeting. There was always a commitment, I guess, from staff and councillors to make sure that debate and questions were on the public record. That was important. But the briefing was an essential tool we found to just explain in an informal environment, just to make sure that councillors were clear. And it in my mind, from my experience, that made getting to the right outcome more efficient and better. So it wasn't about hiding anything. It was just about having that ability. And a lot of the time it was just to pick up errors, typos. What does this mean? Just so that was clear, so that the debate in the chamber on the record was more effectively done. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Thorogood, do you have any contributions? And Mr. Trotter?
Look, through you, Madam
There's
Mayor.
3 equal ones.
Through you, Madam Mayor, what I would say, my experience with briefing sessions is probably consistent entirely over multiple councils and the whole duration of time. I think sometimes what we lose sight of is the vast majority of business that comes before council is not contentious. People might want clarification on it. They might want to understand something better. But most of our resolutions pass unanimously. At the end of the day, most of the time, the chamber is in agreement on the path forward. Where those items were more contentious and more divisive, there was always a risk that if a meeting is not well controlled, that it will descend into some debating or arguing or preliminary decision making. I think this council always did a reasonably good job. I would say it never put me in a position as a council employee that I felt I needed to progress a complaint or take some action based upon the content of a briefing session, although that hazard's definitely there. And I would certainly say there is evidence that in some councils that they were used not in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice or the Code of Conduct, upon which I believe is probably the sorts of things upon which the Minister has based his views. So the risk is always there, depending on who is chairing the meeting and the people in the room. I haven't seen anything particularly problematic in my briefings in this particular council or any council prior here at Kempsey.
Councillor Pakes, you had your light on before. Oh, Mr. Trotter, sorry. I thought you were using your big voice today. No, I'm joking. Sorry. Oh, it's been a long day. We're still 2 items on the agenda that we have to get through. Actually,
I move to put the motion.
all right. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Selby, is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is put. Sorry. No, wait. Sorry, that was carried. Do you want to close debate, Councillor Coburn?
Yes, thanks. And possibly workshop something. I think it also identifies possibly for individuals gaps perhaps in their understanding or their learnings that could also be identified, and that's something that could drill down out of an information session around this, where they can identify issues for them, things that they don't possibly understand. But I think it's all about transparency. It's about getting us the information so we can make good decisions for the community. And that's the intent and the purpose of this. It's not something that councillors can make a decision on their own. It's something that really we do need to have that governance in play as well. So I commend this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. We'll now move to item 12.2, notice of motion opposition to Crown Lands Amendment Bill, which is moved by Councillor Bain. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Bain, would you like to open debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'd like to thank Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Matchett for reading it and pointing out that I've contradicted myself between the Legislative Council and the Legislative Assembly in 2 different parts of the notice of motion. It was put to the this Crown Lands Amendment Management Amendment Bill was put to the Legislative Council at 9 o'clock at night on Tuesday the 17th of March. The usual format for bills to go through Parliament is to come from the Legislative Assembly, where the government has a majority, and then it gets passed, and then it goes to the Legislative Council for review, where they don't have a majority and they've got to pick their way through the various cross benches. But they, at 9 o'clock on Tuesday night in the Legislative Council, they said, here you go, this is a statutory review, it's a set of miscellaneous procedural amendments, there's nothing to see here, let's just tick it off and get it done. Unfortunately for the government, it didn't get ticked off and get done. It got some opposition. And one of the concerns is that the effect of the Crown Land Management Bill is it allows the state to shift costs to local government for responsibility, liability and risk from state to local government without providing funding. It requires increased compliance and reporting obligations, exposure to retrospective legal and financial liabilities, because the minister has the ability to review what may previously have been illegal leases and to retrospectively approve them. When we had our the briefing, the community briefing the other night on the IPNR, and they were talking about the Crown Lands management of our holiday parks, it just a little light went on, a little red light went on in the back of my mind that when a lease is up, the state government under this new amended bill could just say, oh no, we're going to take that on board and we're going to allocate it to who we want to commercially run it and cut the council out of that. I might be being a bit paranoid, but it's a potential. It's open. Whether they would use it or not, we don't know, but it's giving them the power to do that. It undermines long established governance practices, and it creates uncertainty. I would ask us to consider that the recommendation is that we write to, or we direct the CEO to write to the Premier, to the Treasurer, to the Minister for Lands and Property, and to our local MP, calling on the bill to be rejected. And I'm open to hearing my points of view from colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Matchett and Councillor Wyatt.
I've put forward an amendment that I've discussed with Councillor Bain, and I've forwarded through to Mrs. Webster, sorry.
Just don't say Nikki. Sorry. The motion, the amendment's before you. Before you speak to it, or after you speak, after. Oh no, do you accept
I accept the amendment.
Arthur accepts it.
Councillor Bain accepts it. I'll be brief. The reason that I put forward this amendment is that the amendments have now gone back to the drawing board. So the initial amendments, as described by Councillor Bain, may not be the final form. So I think it's prudent that we await the outcome of those changes before we as a council form a position on it. But we are
Crown land managers that are not councils, such as Southwest Rocks Precinct or Hathead Dunes, or is it or just councillors?
I believe it would be to all. It covers all Crown lands in the state.
Yikes. So where it says something like enables transfer of financial risk and legal liability and introduces additional reporting and compliance, then that is also going to be borne by community groups that are also Crown land managers. Yeah. Thanks for bringing it. Good.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, I've got a question. Is there a particular parcel of land that this is associated to the state government? And sometimes these things come through and there's a certain part of land in conjecture and a law is passed for the entire state, but it's only really relevant to somewhere down on the south coast or somewhere in Sydney. I don't know. Is there any other known land use changes that the state government's trying to push forward? This looks like a way to change land use for the state government to have more financial gain out of it. By the look of it, that's what it looks like. Is there any known locations where there's some sort of a dispute in place?
Councillor Bain.
Yeah, I believe there are some on the coast of Sydney, but this legislation applies across the whole state.
Thank you. I guess my only question or point of clarity around this is, like, generally do regional, rural, remote councils have more Crown land within their LGA boundary?
I believe that
Yellow line on that.
councils like Bega Valley, who have moved a motion similar to this, and we have a fair whack of Crown land. Bellingen, yeah, rural and regional councils have a lot of Crown land. This may be an example of the city-country divide, but I think it's potentially the thin edge of a wedge, and I think we'd be not doing our due diligence if we didn't. At least, and I thank Councillor Matchett that we want to make sure that there is consultation, and I think local government New South Wales is also lobbying for greater consultation.
Councillor Song.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Do we know when this may go back before Parliament, or will it be in the next few weeks or months, or had any idea of the time frame?
Yeah, it's been deferred for further consultation, but it could. There was no time limit put on that, but my contacts within the Legislative Council considered that it could be from 4 to 6 weeks, but that is not set in stone. That's just a guesstimate. You know, you never know when. But you know, things can be brought up at 9 o'clock at night. You know, but I think that there is a time constraint, and I think it would be good if we can get this communicated very clearly, along with any other councils that are doing it. The more councils that do it, the greater the pressure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. I mean, I really commend Councillor Bain for bringing this forward, because the potential of what it does is creates commercial uncertainty for our council, particularly in that context of holiday parks and existing leases, because that's one of our main income streams. It also gives uncertainty to volunteer groups, you know, who use or have licenses for some of the different precincts that we have. And that's where the majority of our public halls exist on Crown land. I just think that it just creates a lot of uncertainty, and that cost shifting aspect of it as well. It's really not a good outcome, certainly for the Kempsey LGA. So thank you, Councillor Bain, for bringing this forward, and we will wait to see what that decision is moving forward. So thank you.
Councillor Lawrence.
Yeah, I'd like to speak for the motion, for the NOM. So I just want to obviously acknowledge the work that Councillor Bain has put into the notice of motion. I think the intent is really important, particularly in standing with other councils across New South Wales on the issue. I'm very supportive of the advocacy, particularly around the concerns of cost shifting that Councillor Coburn mentioned, increased liability, and the need for a proper consultation with local government. I do think there is an opportunity to strengthen the motion slightly by ensuring it aligns closely with the position being advocated within the LGA, which you've already done, which I'd had my speech before. My understanding is that they're calling for the bill to be withdrawn in its current form, pending genuine consultation with councils rather than the outright rejection, which I had already sent that to you before. Framing our position in that way may help strengthen council's credibility and ensure we're aligned with the broader sector, which is awesome. We've now done that. I also think it may be beneficial to more clearly articulate the types of cost shifting that council are concerned about, particularly around unfunded compliance requirements and potential liability issues, as that it reinforces a rationale for our position. Overall, I support the intent of the motion and the advocacy, and I think with the small changes that we've made, yeah, it's really good. So I commend the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. If there's no further debate, Councillor Bain, you can close debate.
I'd just like to thank both Councillor Matchett and Councillor Lawrence again for their collaboration, and thank all my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur, and thank you for giving people the time and ability to collaborate with you. That was very well-spirited. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. Councillors, we have one item left on the agenda. We only have 20 minutes left. We can't extend past 4 p.m. In my view, I don't think 20 minutes is sufficient enough to debate this item. Would we be willing to have it deferred over to our next meeting? Councillor White, would you be happy with that?
I am, unless we just want to approve it. But no, it's fine. Yes, I am happy to. Sorry. It's late. Sorry.
Yeah, it is. It is. And to my point, I don't think anyone's in a position to keep arguing.
I'm happy to defer.
Arguing. Thank you, Councillor White. So do we need a motion to defer? I move to defer. If Councillor White will second. Is there any dissent?
Just a question. Will that be sequenced as 12.1 or the first item of? That'll be the first one, won't it? It won't be.
And if we're that desperate, you can always move it to the start of the meeting. I mean that in a nice way, I promise. It's just been a very long day, but yes. All right. Well, there was no dissent for the purposes of Mrs. Webster taking her minutes. So that actually concludes our business. But before that, Mrs. Webster is going to read the confidential motion.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I thought I got out of it. Sorry. During closed session, Council resolved for item 13.1 unsolicited proposal for 22 Tozer Street, West Kempsey Redevelopment, that Council authorises the Chief Executive Officer to undertake due diligence and a preliminary evaluation on an unsolicited proposal to redevelop the West Kempsey Civic Centre site at 22 Tozer Street, West Kempsey, subject to all the following conditions. 1, that the project can be delivered at no net cost to ratepayers. 2, that evaluation is undertaken in accordance with Council's unsolicited proposals framework. 3, that Council's strategic planning and civic objectives for the site are protected. 4, that robust probity, governance and transparency measures apply. That's a copy and paste. 5, that a further resolution of Council is required to progress to an agreement or formal offer. 6, that a community and stakeholder engagement plan is prepared prior to any progression beyond preliminary evaluation. And 7, that Council retains full discretion to cease evaluation at any stage, including if statutory planning, community engagement or risk mitigation requirements are not satisfactorily met. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Webster. Before we conclude today, I just want to make a few remarks. On the fact that, we didn't actually get through our business today and everyone is quite tired, and it was noticeable that after 1 p.m, everyone does hit a little bit of a lull, and it is by no means the purpose of me to rush you through meetings, but it is my duty to take care of you in this room and to make sure that we're actually making good decisions and meeting good outcomes. So in the spirit of that, I just ask that you do make room and you do consider the way that you are approaching these meetings, and remember why we are here, which is to debate and to make decisions on the matters of council. But I do thank you for sticking with us until almost the end of, which I hope will go no longer than 3:45. But also interesting that I made remarks this morning around domestic violence, and I got about 3 or 4 phone calls and a barrage of emails today because a gentleman has decided to basically stalk me at my place of work and make continued phone calls. And again, it just shouldn't be a place for any woman or any person to have to deal with that in any kind of section or part of their life, particularly when you have to email people and say, oh, I'm sorry someone's calling you, and making some pretty serious statements about you. So I just encourage everyone to take my remarks